Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Last Rune Mage. In the spaces between worlds, where reality bends like candlelight in an evening breeze, a solitary figure walks paths that few mortals could comprehend. Tonight, as we settle into the comfort of our quiet sanctuary, let us follow the footsteps of one who carries the weight of creation itself upon his shoulders. His name is whispered in the halls of ancient libraries and feared in the councils of ambitious kings, though few truly understand the burden he bears. This is the story of Ryze, the last of the Rune Mages, whose eternal quest may well determine the fate of all existence. Picture, if you will, a man who has walked the length and breadth of Runeterra countless times, his weathered boots treading paths through crystalline deserts and shadow-haunted forests alike. His skin bears the distinctive blue-tinged pallor that speaks of prolonged exposure to magical energies far beyond what mortal flesh was meant to endure. Upon his shoulders rests a scroll case that has seen more kingdoms rise and fall than most historians could chronicle, its worn leather surface scarred by encounters with powers that defy description. This is no ordinary traveler, no simple wanderer, seeking adventure or fortune. This is a guardian, a keeper of secrets so dangerous that their very existence threatens the stability of the world itself. The evening mist swirls around Ryze as he pauses at the crest of a hill overlooking a valley where campfires twinkle like earthbound stars. Below, families gather for their evening meals, children laugh at stories their grandparents weave, and lovers whisper promises beneath the gentle light of a crescent moon. It is a scene of such simple, profound beauty that it might bring tears to the eyes of one who has not experienced such peace in centuries. Yet, Ryze does not allow himself the luxury of lingering. He cannot, for in the leather satchel at his side, wrapped in cloth that has been blessed by a dozen different faiths and warded with protections older than memory, lies a fragment of power that could reduce this entire valley to ash in the span of a heartbeat. You see, Ryze is the guardian of the world runes, those primordial fragments of the very blueprint of creation itself. These are not mere magical artifacts or tools of war, though they have been misused as such countless times throughout history. The world runes are pieces of the fundamental forces that shaped reality when the cosmos was young, when the distinction between thought and matter, between possibility and actuality, was little more than a gentle suggestion. In the wrong hands, even a single world rune possesses the power to rewrite the laws of nature, to tear holes in the fabric of existence itself, or to unleash energies that could unravel the careful balance that keeps all of Runeterra from sliding into primordial chaos. The weight of this knowledge sits heavily upon Ryze's shoulders as he adjusts his travel pack and continues his journey into the night. His path is lit not by torch or lantern, but by the soft, ethereal glow that emanates from the runic tattoos covering his arms and hands. These markings are not decorative. They are living conduits of magical power, each symbol carefully inscribed through years of study and sacrifice. They pulse gently with each beat of his heart, a constant reminder of the transformation he has undergone in service to his mission. The magic that flows through these runes has changed him in ways both profound and irreversible, granting him abilities far beyond those of ordinary mages, while simultaneously cutting him off from the simple pleasures that make life meaningful for most people. As Ryze walks through the darkness, His mind wanders back across the centuries to a time when he was not the last of his kind, when the Order of Rune Mages was a respected and vital part of Runeterra's magical community. He remembers Hall, filled with the quiet murmur of scholarly discussion, libraries where ancient texts shared their secrets with eager students, and the comforting presence of mentors and colleagues who understood the profound responsibility that came with their knowledge. Those days seem like a half-remembered dream now, a golden age that ended in fire and madness when humanity's greed and ambition proved stronger than wisdom and restraint. The transformation that has made Ryze what he is today came at a cost that most would consider too high to bear. The runic magic that courses through his veins has extended his life far beyond its natural span, granting him the time necessary to complete his eternal mission, but denying him the simple release of death when the burden becomes too heavy to carry. He has watched civilizations rise and fall, seen countless generations of heroes struggle against the darkness, and witnessed the same patterns of ambition and folly repeat themselves with heartbreaking regularity. Yet through it all, he continues his quest, driven by a sense of duty that has become as much a part of him as the magic that flows through his transformed flesh. Tonight, as Ryze makes camp beneath a canopy of stars that have witnessed his lonely vigil for longer than most mortals can imagine, he allows himself a moment of quiet reflection. The world rune in his possession pulses softly, its power contained but never truly dormant. He knows that somewhere out there, scattered across the vast expanse of Runeterra, other fragments of creation's blueprint wait to be found. Some lie hidden in ancient ruins, their presence known only to scholars who mistake them for lesser artifacts. Others rest in the treasure vaults of kings and merchants who have no understanding of the catastrophe they court by keeping such things close. Still others remain lost in the wilderness, their chaotic energies slowly warping the landscape around them in ways both subtle and profound. The fire crackles softly as Ryze settles into his nightly meditation, a practice that helps him maintain the mental discipline necessary to resist the corrupting influence of the power he carries. The world runes are not merely powerful, they are seductive, whispering promises of limitless ability to those who would dare to unlock their secrets. He has seen what happens to those who succumb to their allure, has witnessed the madness that consumes even the strongest minds when they attempt to harness forces beyond mortal comprehension. The memory of his master's fall still haunts his dreams, a reminder of how quickly wisdom can turn to folly when tempered by the intoxicating promise of ultimate power. As the night deepens and the world around him settles into peaceful slumber, Ryze continues his vigilant watch. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new threats to investigate, and perhaps new leads in his endless search for the remaining world runes. He will walk roads that stretch across continents, speak with scholars and madmen alike, and delve into ruins where ancient powers still stir restlessly in their forgotten chambers. It is a path he has walked for centuries, and one he will continue to walk for centuries more, until either his quest is complete, or the world itself comes to an end. There is a profound loneliness in Ryze's existence, isolation born not just of his extended lifespan but of the terrible knowledge he carries. Few can understand the true scope of the threat posed by the world runes, and fewer still possess the strength of will necessary to resist their corrupting influence. He has learned, through bitter experience, that sharing his burden with others often leads only to tragedy, as even the most well-intentioned allies can become obstacles when they begin to covet the power he protects. And so he walks alone, a guardian without a home, a protector whose very presence brings danger to those he would shield from harm. Yet there is also a quiet dignity in his sacrifice, a nobility that shines through the melancholy that surrounds his endless mission. Ryze has chosen to bear this burden not for personal gain or glory, but out of love for a world that will never truly know the debt it owes him. In the laughter of children, in the quiet contentment of families gathered around their evening fires, in the simple beauty of a sunset painting, the sky in shades of gold and crimson, he finds the strength to continue. These moments remind him why his quest matters. why the preservation of the world's delicate balance is worth any personal cost. As our tale of the last Rune Mage begins to unfold, consider the weight of choices made, not for oneself, but for generations yet unborn. In a world where power often corrupts even the most noble intentions, what does it mean to willingly accept a burden that could destroy you, simply because no one else can bear it? Chapter 2. The Young Apprentice. Before the weight of eternity settled upon his shoulders, before the blue-tinged pallor of runic magic transformed his very essence, there was a young man whose eyes sparkled with curiosity rather than the weary wisdom of centuries. In those distant days, when the world seemed full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled rather than dangers to be contained, Ryze walked the halls of learning with the eager step of one who believed knowledge was always a gift, never a burden. Tonight, let us journey back to those innocent times when the future Rune Mage was nothing more than a promising student with an unusual talent for understanding the arcane symbols that others found incomprehensible. Picture a grand academy nestled in the rolling hills of ancient Runeterra, its towers reaching toward the sky like fingers grasping for celestial wisdom. The architecture spoke of ages past, when magic and learning were considered the highest pursuits of civilization, and the pursuit of knowledge was seen as a noble calling worthy of a lifetime's dedication. Within these hallowed halls, the soft murmur of scholarly discussion mingled with the gentle scratch of quills on parchment, creating a symphony of intellectual endeavor that had echoed through these chambers for countless generations. It was here, in this sanctuary of learning, that a young Ryze first encountered the ancient art of runic magic. The boy who would one day become the last guardian of the world runes was, in those early days, remarkable primarily for his unremarkable appearance. Either particularly tall nor especially handsome, with hair the common brown of fertile earth and eyes that held nothing more exotic than the bright intelligence of youth. He might have passed unnoticed among his fellow students, were it not for one extraordinary gift. Where others saw only incomprehensible scratches and meaningless symbols when they looked upon ancient runic texts, young Ryze perceived patterns of stunning complexity and beauty, as if the very language of creation itself was speaking directly to his soul. His master, a venerable scholar whose name has been lost to the tragic events that would later unfold, first noticed this unusual talent during a routine examination of first-year students. The test was simple enough. A collection of basic runic symbols was presented to each apprentice, and they were asked to identify any patterns or meanings they could discern. Most students managed to recognize perhaps 2 or 3 of the simpler symbols, drawing upon the elementary lessons they had absorbed during their initial weeks of study. A few of the more gifted pupils might identify 4 or 5, earning approving nods from their instructors. But when young Ryze approached the testing tablet, something extraordinary happened. As his fingers traced the carved symbols, his eyes began to glow with a soft, ethereal light that seemed to echo the very essence of the runes themselves. Without hesitation or uncertainty, he began to recite not only the meaning of each individual symbol, but the complex relationships between them, the way their combined energies created entirely new layers of meaning and power. He spoke of mathematical harmonies hidden within the runic structure, of connections to cosmic forces that even advanced students struggled to comprehend, and of patterns that suggested the symbols were not merely tools of magic, but fragments of some greater design that governed the fundamental laws of reality itself. The examination hall fell silent as professors and students alike listened to this remarkable display of intuitive understanding. Here was a student who had been studying runic magic for mere weeks, yet he demonstrated a grasp of advanced concepts that typically required years of dedicated study to master. More troubling, perhaps, was the fact that some of the connections he described were entirely new to his instructors, insights that challenged established theories and suggested avenues of research that no one had previously considered. It was both thrilling and deeply unsettling, like discovering that a child had somehow learned to speak a language that scholars had spent lifetimes trying to decode. In the days that followed this remarkable demonstration, young Ryze found himself the subject of intense scrutiny and debate among the Academy's faculty. Some argued that his gift was a blessing, a sign that the ancient arts were experiencing a renaissance that would usher in a new golden age of magical understanding. Others worried that such intuitive access to runic knowledge might be dangerous, particularly for one so young and inexperienced in the ways of the world. The runes, after all, were not merely academic subjects to be studied in the safety of a classroom. They were conduits to powers that had shaped the very foundations of reality, and a deep understanding of their secrets came with responsibilities that few were prepared to shoulder. His master, however, saw in young Ryze something that transcended the usual concerns about promising students. There was a quality to the boy's understanding that suggested not just talent, but destiny. The way he interacted with runic magic felt less like learning and more like remembering, as if some part of his soul had always carried the knowledge he was now discovering. This recognition led to a decision that would alter the course of both their lives irrevocably. The master chose to take Ryze as his personal apprentice, guiding him not just in the theoretical aspects of runic magic, but in the deeper mysteries that lay at the heart of the craft. The years that followed were perhaps the happiest of Ryze's long existence, though he would not fully appreciate this until much later, when happiness had become a luxury he could no longer afford. Under his master's careful tutelage, he delved deeper into the secrets of runic magic than any student in the Academy's long history. He learned to trace the symbols with such precision that they seemed to come alive beneath his touch, glowing with inner fire that responded to his will like eager servants awaiting commands. He discovered how to weave multiple runes together into complex patterns that could reshape reality in ways both subtle and profound, creating effects that seemed to border on the miraculous to those who witnessed them. But perhaps more importantly than the magical techniques he mastered, young Ryze learned the philosophy that his master believed should guide all practitioners of runic magic. Knowledge, his teacher emphasized, was a sacred trust that came with obligations as well as privileges. The runes had existed long before any mortal had learned to interpret their meaning, and they would endure long after the last human scholar had turned to dust. Those who sought to understand their secrets did so, not for personal gain, but as custodians of wisdom that belonged ultimately to all of creation. Power without wisdom was destruction, his master would often say, and wisdom without restraint was folly. These lessons were reinforced through practical exercises that emphasized the collaborative nature of magical research. Young Ryze worked alongside other advanced students, sharing his insights freely and learning to appreciate the different perspectives that his colleagues brought to their studies. He discovered that even his remarkable intuitive understanding could be enhanced and refined through discussion and debate, and that the greatest breakthroughs often came not from individual brilliance, but from the careful synthesis of multiple viewpoints. In this environment of mutual respect and shared purpose, the idea that knowledge might be hoarded or weaponized seemed not just wrong, but absurd. The Academy in those days was a place of genuine wonder, where the pursuit of understanding was considered its own reward, and the boundaries between teacher and student were fluid and permeable. Ryze often found himself in spirited discussions with professors who sought his unique perspective on ancient texts, or collaborating with fellow apprentices on research projects that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. The atmosphere was one of intellectual excitement and camaraderie, a sense that they were all part of something larger than themselves, contributing to a great work of understanding that would benefit all of Runeterra. As young Ryze's abilities continued to develop under his master's guidance, he began to encounter references to artifacts of unusual power scattered throughout the ancient texts. These were described in terms that seemed almost reverential, as relics from the dawn of creation that contained within them the very essence of the forces that had shaped the world. His master spoke of these objects with a mixture of awe and caution, explaining that while they represented the ultimate expression of runic magic, they were also too dangerous for any mortal to safely possess. They were known by many names throughout history, but most commonly they were called the World Runes, and the consensus among scholars was that they were best left undisturbed in whatever remote locations fate had placed them. This academic understanding of the World Runes seemed entirely theoretical to young Ryze, like discussions of distant stars or mathematical concepts that existed primarily in the realm of ideas rather than practical reality. The notion that he might one day be called upon to actually seek out these legendary artifacts, much less bear responsibility for their safekeeping, would have struck him as absurd. He was, after all, simply a student who happened to have an unusual talent for understanding ancient symbols. The idea that this gift might be both blessing and curse, that it might ultimately separate him from everything he held dear, never crossed his innocent mind. In the evenings, when the formal lessons had ended, and the academy settled into the quiet rhythm of private study, Ryze would often find himself on the highest tower of the library, gazing out at the star-filled sky and dreaming of the discoveries that lay ahead. He imagined a future filled with scholarly achievements and breakthrough insights, a life spent in the comfortable company of like-minded individuals who shared his passion for unraveling the mysteries of existence. The world seemed full of infinite possibilities, and the idea that knowledge might ever become a burden rather than a joy was as foreign to him as the concept of darkness to someone who had only ever known the light. Yet even in those halcyon days, there were subtle signs of the challenges that lay ahead, though young Ryze lacked the experience to recognize them for what they were. Sometimes, during particularly intensive sessions with especially powerful runic configurations, he would notice a strange tingling sensation in his hands and arms, as if the magic was leaving some permanent mark upon his flesh. His master, when asked about this phenomenon, would grow thoughtful and speak vaguely of the price that all practitioners of runic magic must eventually pay for their understanding, but these conversations always ended with reassurances that such concerns were far in the future, and that for now, young Ryze should focus on learning rather than worrying about consequences that might never come to pass. As we observe this younger version of the man who would one day walk alone through the shadows of eternity, we see someone whose greatest concern was whether he would complete his research project before the end of term, someone who measured success in terms of academic achievement rather than catastrophes prevented. How strange it seems that such innocent beginnings could lead to such a profound and lonely destiny. In those moments when knowledge still felt like pure gift rather than terrible responsibility, what dreams filled the heart of one who would become the world's most reluctant guardian. Chapter 3. The World Runes Revealed. In the deepest vaults beneath the academy, where ancient knowledge slumbered behind doors sealed with protections older than memory, young Ryze first laid eyes upon texts that would forever change his understanding of the cosmos itself. These were not the carefully copied manuscripts that filled the upper libraries, nor the well-worn teaching materials that students consulted for their daily lessons. These were original documents, their pages crafted from materials that seemed to exist somewhere between parchment and starlight, inscribed with symbols that pulsed with their own inner radiance. Tonight, let us descend into those forgotten chambers and witness the moment when theoretical knowledge became terrible reality, when the world runes transformed from scholarly curiosity into the defining obsession of a young mage's life. The descent to the restricted archives required not just permission from the highest authorities of the academy, but a series of magical protections that seemed almost ritualistic in their complexity. Young Ryze watched with growing anticipation as his master spoke words in languages so ancient that their very pronunciation seemed to bend the air around them, as seals that had remained unbroken for generations yielded to combinations of gesture and intention that few living beings possessed the knowledge to perform. With each barrier that fell away, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with energies that made the hair on his arms stand on end and filled his mouth with the taste of copper and ozone. When they finally crossed the threshold into the innermost sanctum, young Ryze found himself in a chamber that defied his understanding of architectural possibility. The walls seemed to stretch away into darkness that no conventional light could penetrate, while overhead what appeared to be a ceiling shimmered and shifted like the surface of a deep pool disturbed by some unseen current. Floating throughout this impossible space were crystalline cases, each one containing a single volume or artifact, each one pulsing with its own distinct rhythm of magical energy. The overall effect was both beautiful and deeply unsettling, like standing at the edge of creation itself, and peering into the mechanisms that kept reality functioning. His master moved through this space with the careful reverence of one who understood the profound responsibility that came with access to such knowledge. He led young Ryze to a particular case, one whose contents seemed to draw the eye with an almost magnetic intensity. Within, suspended in what appeared to be crystallized time itself, rested a book whose very existence challenged everything the young apprentice thought he knew about the nature of magical texts. The cover was not made of leather or cloth, but of some material that seemed to shift between states of matter, sometimes appearing solid as stone, other times flowing like liquid starlight. The symbols inscribed upon its surface were unlike any runic configurations young Ryze had ever encountered, yet somehow their meaning was immediately and perfectly clear to him. As his master carefully removed the volume from its protective case, young Ryze felt a strange resonance building within his chest, as if some long-dormant part of his soul was suddenly awakening to recognition. The book seemed to hum with barely contained energy, and when it was finally opened, the pages revealed themselves to be inscribed, not with ink, but with what appeared to be concentrated fragments of the fundamental forces that governed existence itself. Each symbol glowed with its own inner fire, and together they formed patterns of such breathtaking complexity that young Ryze felt his mind expanding just to comprehend their basic structure. This was the Chronicle of Creation, his master explained, one of only 3 known copies of the most sacred text in all of runic scholarship. Within its pages were recorded the events that transpired during the first moments of existence, when the cosmos was young, and the distinction between thought and reality was little more than a gentle suggestion. According to the Chronicle, in those primordial times, the creative force that brought the universe into being had crystallized certain aspects of its power into physical form, creating artifacts that contained within them the very essence of creation's blueprint. These were the world runes, fragments of the original design that had shaped everything from the smallest grain of sand to the vastest celestial bodies. As young Ryze read the ancient text, guided by his master's careful explanations, a picture began to emerge of forces so fundamental that they existed before matter, before energy, before time itself had meaning. The world runes were not merely powerful magical artifacts, they were pieces of the cosmic source code, fragments of the programming language that the universe used to define its own laws and limitations. In their original state, united and properly understood, they represented nothing less than the ability to rewrite reality at the most basic level, to alter the fundamental constants that determined how existence functioned. The Chronicle described how these primordial artifacts had been scattered across the newly formed cosmos during the violent early epochs of creation, when stellar explosions and cosmic collisions reshaped the heavens on a scale that dwarfed any mortal conception of destruction. Some had embedded themselves in the hearts of planets, their energies slowly shaping the evolution of entire worlds. Others had drifted through the void between stars, their influence creating phenomena that astronomers would one day struggle to explain. A few had found their way to worlds where intelligent life had emerged, becoming the foundation for magical traditions that would endure for millennia. On Runeterra, the presence of world runes had profoundly influenced the development of civilization itself. The Chronicles spoke of ancient empires that had risen to unprecedented heights of achievement through careful study of runic principles, of golden ages when the balance between ambition and wisdom had allowed mortals to harness cosmic forces for the betterment of all. But it also warned of the inevitable corruption that seemed to follow whenever beings of limited perspective attempted to wield unlimited power, of civilizations that had fallen into chaos and madness when their leaders had sought to claim dominion over forces they could never truly comprehend. Young Ryze found himself particularly fascinated by the sections of the Chronicle that dealt with the mathematical relationships underlying runic magic. The world runes, it seemed, existed in a state of constant interaction with one another, their energies creating interference patterns that could be calculated and predicted with sufficient understanding of the underlying principles. When properly aligned, these interactions could produce effects of stunning beauty and benefit, reshaping landscapes to support life. healing diseases that had been thought incurable, and creating technologies that seemed to border on the miraculous. But when the same forces were brought into destructive resonance, the results could be catastrophic beyond imagination. The text described events from the distant past, when ambitious rulers had attempted to gather multiple world runes, believing that their combined power would grant them the ability to reshape the world according to their desires. In every case, these efforts had ended in disaster. The forces contained within the runes were simply too vast and complex for any mortal mind to fully control, and attempts to wield their combined might inevitably resulted in magical cascades that devastated entire regions. Mountains had been leveled, seas had boiled away, and the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder by energies that raged beyond all possibility of containment. Perhaps most troubling of all were the passages that dealt with the corrupting influence that prolonged exposure to world rune energy had upon those who sought to study or control them. The chronicle spoke of scholars who had begun their research with the noblest of intentions, seeking to understand these artifacts for the betterment of all, only to find themselves gradually consumed by an obsession that twisted their judgment and clouded their moral reasoning. The runes, it seemed, possessed a kind of consciousness of their own, a awareness that was alien to mortal understanding but capable of influencing those who came too close to their true nature. As his master carefully turned the pages of this extraordinary text, young Ryze began to understand why access to such knowledge was so carefully restricted. This was not merely academic information about historical artifacts. This was practical instruction in the manipulation of forces that could literally unmake the world if misused. The responsibility that came with such understanding was staggering, and the temptation to use that knowledge for personal gain must have been nearly overwhelming for those who possessed it. No wonder the Academy's most senior scholars spoke of runic magic with such reverence and caution. They were dealing with powers that had shaped the cosmos itself. The chronicle also contained detailed descriptions of the specific world runes that were known to exist on Runeterra, each one associated with particular aspects of cosmic force, and each one capable of producing unique effects when properly activated. There was the rune of inspiration, which could awaken dormant potential in living beings and accelerate the development of both individual talent and civilizational achievement. The rune of domination could bend the will of others and reshape the fundamental laws that governed social interaction. The rune of sorcery enhanced magical abilities beyond all natural limits, while the rune of resolve could grant physical and mental durability that approached true immortality. Each description was accompanied by detailed warnings about the dangers associated with that particular rune's influence. The rune of inspiration, for example, could drive its users to pursue their goals with such single-minded intensity that they lost all sense of proportion and restraint. The rune of domination corrupted the moral judgment of those who wielded it, gradually convincing them that their will was more important than the rights and needs of others. The chronicle was filled with accounts of heroes who had been transformed into tyrants, of wise rulers who had become mad despots, and of entire civilizations that had destroyed themselves through the misuse of powers they had never been meant to possess. As the lesson drew to a close, and his master began the careful process of returning the chronicle to its protective case, young Ryze found his mind reeling with the implications of what he had learned. The theoretical discussions of runic magic that had filled his previous studies suddenly seemed almost quaint in comparison to the cosmic forces that these texts described. He began to understand why his master and the other senior scholars approached their research with such caution, why they emphasized again and again the importance of wisdom and restraint in the pursuit of magical knowledge. Yet alongside this newfound understanding came a troubling realization. If the world runes were truly as dangerous as the chronicle suggested, and if they were indeed scattered across Runeterra in locations that were either unknown or inadequately protected, then their existence represented a constant threat to the stability of the world itself. Young Ryze found himself wondering what would happen if one of these artifacts fell into the hands of someone who lacked the wisdom and restraint that his master had emphasized as essential qualities for any practitioner of runic magic. As they made their way back through the labyrinthine passages that led from the restricted archives to the more familiar regions of the Academy, young Ryze's mind was filled with questions that he hardly dared to voice. The knowledge he had gained felt like both a precious gift and a terrible burden, illuminating wonders that few mortals would ever be privileged to understand, while simultaneously revealing threats that seemed almost too vast to comprehend. He began to appreciate for the first time why his master sometimes spoke of the loneliness that came with deep understanding, why the pursuit of truth sometimes led to places where few could follow. In the days that followed this revelatory experience, young Ryze found himself looking at the world around him with new eyes. The familiar halls of the Academy, the comfortable routines of study and research, even the companionship of his fellow students, all seemed somehow different now that he understood the true scope of the forces that shaped reality. He had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return, gained knowledge that would forever separate him from the innocent certainties of his earlier understanding. As we witness this moment of profound awakening, when theoretical knowledge becomes lived reality and academic curiosity transforms into something approaching destiny, we might wonder about the nature of knowledge itself. In a universe where understanding can be both salvation and damnation, where the pursuit of truth leads inevitably to the discovery of responsibilities too vast for any individual to bear, what price are we willing to pay for the privilege of seeing clearly? Chapter 4. The Rune Wars begin. The first sign that the world was about to change forever came not as a dramatic announcement or a single cataclysmic event, but as whispered rumors in the Academy's corridors, fragments of disturbing news that filtered through the normally peaceful halls like smoke seeping through cracks in a stone wall. Young Ryze first heard these stories during the evening meal, when travel-worn messengers would arrive bearing letters from distant colleagues and allies, their faces grim with the weight of information that seemed almost too terrible to believe. Tonight, let us witness how the theoretical dangers described in ancient texts began to manifest as stark reality, transforming the scholarly pursuit of knowledge into something far more urgent and desperate. It began, as many disasters do, with the best of intentions. In the kingdom of Urtistan, nestled between mountain ranges that had stood unchanged since the world's youth, archaeologists working under royal patronage had made what they believed to be the discovery of a lifetime. Deep within ruins that predated recorded history, they had uncovered a crystalline artifact of extraordinary beauty and obvious magical significance. The object pulsed with its own inner light, and preliminary examinations suggested that it contained more raw magical energy than any known artifact in the royal treasury. The king, a man whose genuine desire to improve his people's lives was matched only by his complete lack of understanding regarding the forces he was about to unleash, commissioned his court mages to study the relic and determine how its power might be harnessed for the benefit of his realm. The reports that reached the Academy were initially fragmentary and confused, filtered through multiple layers of rumor and speculation before arriving in the hands of scholars who possessed the knowledge necessary to understand their true significance. But to young Ryze and his master, the descriptions were unmistakable. Urtistan's archaeologists had uncovered a world rune. The artifact's behavior, its appearance, and the effects it produced when examined, all matched perfectly with the accounts recorded in the Chronicle of Creation. What had been theoretical knowledge just months before was suddenly, terrifyingly real. Young Ryze watched with growing alarm as his master received increasingly urgent communications from colleagues throughout the known world. The initial discovery in Urtistan had triggered a cascade of similar finds, as if the uncovering of one world rune had somehow awakened others that had lain dormant for millennia. In the desert kingdoms of the south, mining operations had broken into chambers where crystalline formations sang with otherworldly harmonies. Northern barbarian tribes reported that their shamans were experiencing visions of unprecedented clarity and power, visions that seemed to originate from sacred stones that had begun to glow with inner fire. Even the maritime nations spoke of strange tides and impossible storms, as if the very oceans were responding to energies that defied all natural law. But it was not merely the discovery of these artifacts that filled the Academy's scholars with dread. It was the inevitable response of mortal ambition to the promise of ultimate power. Within weeks of the first confirmed world rune discovery, reports began arriving of armies being mobilized, of diplomatic missions that were thinly veiled intelligence-gathering operations, and of alliances being formed and broken with bewildering speed, as kingdoms positioned themselves to either claim or prevent others from claiming these newly revealed treasures. The careful balance of power that had maintained relative peace across much of the known world was crumbling as rulers, great and small, began to calculate the advantages that possession of such artifacts might provide. Young Ryze found himself struggling to comprehend how quickly everything had changed. Just months earlier, the world runes had been subjects for academic discussion, theoretical dangers to be contemplated in the safety of the Academy's libraries. Now they were the focal point of international tensions that threatened to plunge entire continents into warfare. He watched his master's growing desperation as letter after letter arrived, bearing news of escalating conflicts, each one confirming the worst fears that the Chronicle of Creation had so carefully documented. The pattern was repeating itself once again. Mortals who encountered world runes inevitably sought to claim and use them, regardless of the consequences. The first battle of what would later be known as the Rune Wars took place in the disputed borderlands between Urtistan and its neighboring kingdom of Valka. The conflict ostensibly began over traditional territorial grievances, but everyone involved understood that the true prize was the world rune that Urtistan's archaeologists had discovered. King Valka had demanded that the artifact be placed under international supervision, claiming that no single nation could be trusted with such power. King Urtistan had responded by mobilizing his armies and declaring that any attempt to seize his kingdom's rightful treasure would be met with force. The battle itself was unlike anything recorded in military history. As both armies deployed across the traditional plains where such conflicts had been fought for generations, the very landscape began to change around them. The world rune that Urtistan's forces carried into battle warped reality in ways that neither side had anticipated. Time flowed differently in various parts of the battlefield, creating pockets where soldiers aged decades in minutes, while other areas seemed frozen in temporal amber. The earth itself became liquid in some places, and harder than diamond in others, as the fundamental laws that governed matter and energy struggled to maintain coherence in the presence of such overwhelming magical force. Young Ryze read the battle reports with a growing sense of horror and fascination. Eyewitness accounts described soldiers whose weapons had been transformed into creatures of living metal, cavalry charges where horses and riders had merged into hybrid beings that defied all biological logic, and spells that had achieved effects far beyond what their casters had intended or desired. The world rune had amplified every magical action on the battlefield, turning simple healing spells into transformative forces that could regrow lost limbs, but might also trigger uncontrolled mutations, and converting basic combat magic into reality-shearing explosions that left craters where mountains had once stood. The aftermath of that first battle was even more disturbing than the conflict itself. Neither side could claim victory in any meaningful sense, as both armies had been so thoroughly transformed by their exposure to world rune energy that they could barely be considered human anymore. Survivors spoke of comrades who had been turned to living crystal, of officers whose minds had been expanded beyond the capacity for rational thought, and of entire battalions that had simply vanished into dimensional rifts that opened and closed without warning. The world rune itself had disappeared during the chaos, its location unknown to either side, though its influence continued to warp the local landscape for months afterward. Rather than serving as a cautionary tale that might have discouraged further conflicts, the Battle of Urtistan Valley instead sparked an arms race of unprecedented scope and intensity. Kings and generals who had initially been content to seek diplomatic solutions to the world rune crisis now understood that half measures would not suffice. If their enemies were going to wield cosmic forces in battle, then they would need to find and claim such artifacts for themselves. The careful traditions of warfare that had evolved over centuries, with their emphasis on honor, strategy, and the protection of civilian populations, were abandoned in favor of desperate scrambles to acquire power that no mortal was meant to possess. Young Ryze watched his master age visibly as reports arrived of increasingly desperate measures being taken by rulers across the known world. Ancient burial sites were being excavated without regard for historical or religious significance, as archaeological expeditions transformed into military operations designed to locate and secure any artifacts that might contain world rune energy. Scholars who possessed knowledge of runic magic found themselves conscripted into royal service, their expertise valued not for its potential to expand human understanding, but for its ability to identify and harness weapons of mass destruction. The Academy itself became a target of these recruitment efforts, as various kingdoms sent increasingly urgent requests for assistance in their world rune research programs. Some of these requests came with generous offers of funding and prestige, while others carried barely concealed threats about the consequences of refusing to cooperate with national security interests. Young Ryze watched his teachers struggle with impossible choices, knowing that their knowledge could help prevent disasters, but also understanding that sharing it might enable even greater catastrophes. As the months passed and the conflicts intensified, the true scope of the world rune's corrupting influence became impossible to ignore. The artifacts seemed to actively encourage the worst aspects of mortal nature, amplifying greed, ambition, and the desire for dominance while suppressing wisdom, restraint, and compassion. Kings who had once been known for their just rule became paranoid tyrants convinced that everyone around them was plotting to steal their power. Generals who had built their careers on careful strategy and minimal casualties began launching suicidal assaults designed to capture enemy artifacts regardless of the cost in lives. Even scholars who approached the runes with purely academic intentions found themselves gradually consumed by obsessions that left no room for other considerations. Young Ryze began to understand why the Chronicle of Creation had devoted so much space to warnings about the psychological effects of prolonged exposure to world rune energy. The artifacts were not merely powerful tools that could be misused by those with evil intentions. They were actively corrupting influences that seemed designed to bring out the worst in anyone who encountered them. The pattern was consistent across all reports. Initial contact with a world rune would produce feelings of euphoria and unlimited potential, followed by gradual personality changes that culminated in complete moral degradation and eventual madness. The reports from the battlefield became increasingly surreal as commanders began experimenting with ways to weaponize world rune energy more effectively. Entire cities were being evacuated as the areas around active runes became uninhabitable, their local reality so thoroughly distorted that normal life was impossible. Weather patterns were disrupted across continents as atmospheric systems struggled to function in the presence of energies that ignored conventional physical laws. Even the fundamental forces that governed magic itself began to behave unpredictably, as spells that had worked the same way for thousands of years suddenly produced wildly different results depending on their proximity to world rune activity. As young Ryze absorbed these reports night after night, sitting in the Academy's library while his master worked frantically to coordinate response efforts with colleagues around the world, he began to realize that his comfortable life as a scholar was coming to an end. The world was changing in ways that made peaceful academic research impossible, and those who possessed knowledge of runic magic would inevitably be called upon to help address the crisis. The question was not whether he would become involved in the conflicts that were spreading across the known world, but rather how he might best serve to minimize the catastrophic damage that seemed inevitable. In those dark hours, as reports arrived of entire kingdoms being consumed by forces their rulers could not control, young Ryze found himself thinking about the responsibilities that came with knowledge. The Chronicle of Creation had warned that understanding the nature of world runes carried with it an obligation to prevent their misuse. But how could any individual hope to stand against the combined ambitions of nations desperate to secure ultimate power? The scale of the crisis was so vast that even the most heroic efforts seemed doomed to failure before they began. As we observe this moment when the innocent pursuit of knowledge collided with the harsh realities of mortal ambition and cosmic power, we might wonder about the nature of responsibility itself. When the world stands on the brink of destruction due to forces that few understand and fewer still can hope to control, what obligation do those with knowledge bear to act, even when action seems futile? Chapter 5. The Master's Final Lesson. There are moments in every life when the future pivots on a single decision, when years of careful preparation and gradual learning suddenly converge into a choice that will echo through eternity. For young Ryze, that moment came not in the grand theaters of war where armies clashed over world runes, but in the familiar confines of his master's study, where shadows danced in the light of ancient crystals, and the air itself seemed heavy with the weight of impending tragedy. Tonight, let us witness the most painful lesson that any apprentice can learn, that even the wisest teachers are not immune to the corrupting influence of the very forces they seek to understand and control. The change in his master had been so gradual that young Ryze almost failed to notice it at first. It began with longer hours spent in private research, sessions that stretched from dusk until dawn, as the older man pored over texts that he claimed held the key to ending the rune wars before they could destroy civilization entirely. Where once he had emphasized the importance of collaborative study and open discussion, the master now worked in solitude, declining offers of assistance with a distracted air that suggested his mind was occupied by concerns too complex for others to comprehend. His eyes, which had always sparkled with the joy of discovery and the pleasure of sharing knowledge, gradually took on a distant quality that seemed to be focused on horizons that no one else could see. Young Ryze initially attributed these changes to the natural stress that any responsible scholar would feel when confronted with the crisis spreading across the known world. The reports that arrived daily from the various theaters of conflict were uniformly grim, detailing atrocities and catastrophes that seemed to worsen with each passing week. Cities had been transformed into crystalline wastelands where nothing could survive. Entire populations had vanished into dimensional rifts that opened without warning, and the fundamental laws of reality had become so unstable in some regions that even the most basic magical protections were useless. It seemed entirely reasonable that someone who understood the true scope of these disasters would become consumed with finding solutions, even if that dedication came at the cost of personal comfort and social interaction. But as the weeks passed, young Ryze began to notice changes that went beyond simple scholarly obsession. His master's handwriting, once a model of careful precision that had been held up as an example for generations of students, became increasingly erratic and difficult to read. The careful logical progression that had always characterized his research notes gave way to disjointed fragments of thought that jumped from topic to topic without apparent connection. Most troubling of all, the older man began speaking of the world runes, not as dangerous artifacts to be contained and studied, but as tools that could be harnessed to impose order on the chaos that was consuming the world. The first time young Ryze heard his master express this sentiment, he assumed it was merely a theoretical discussion of possibilities that needed to be considered, even if they would ultimately be rejected. After all, one of the fundamental principles of academic research was the importance of examining all potential solutions to a problem, regardless of how distasteful or dangerous they might initially appear. But as these conversations became more frequent and more detailed, it became clear that his master was not simply exploring intellectual possibilities. He was developing an actual plan to seek out and claim one of the world runes for himself. The reasoning that his master presented was superficially compelling, built upon logical arguments that seemed unassailable to anyone who lacked deep understanding of the psychological effects that world rune exposure could produce. The current crisis, he argued, existed precisely because the artifacts had fallen into the hands of individuals who lacked the wisdom and restraint necessary to use them responsibly. Kings and generals were treating cosmic forces as simple weapons of war, applying them to conflicts with all the subtlety of children playing with fire in a powder magazine. What was needed was someone with genuine understanding of runic magic, someone who could approach these artifacts with the respect and caution they deserved, someone who could use their power not for personal gain, but for the restoration of global stability. Young Ryze found himself struggling to identify the flaws in this argument. even as every instinct he possessed screamed warnings about the direction his master's thoughts were taking. The logic seemed sound on the surface. If world runes were indeed as dangerous as the chronicles suggested, then surely they would be safer in the hands of someone who understood their true nature, rather than being fought over by armies whose commanders had no comprehension of the forces they were attempting to wield. And if these artifacts possessed the power to reshape reality at the most fundamental level, then perhaps they could indeed be used to repair the damage that had already been done, to restore the stability that had been shattered by months of increasingly desperate warfare. But the more his master spoke of these possibilities, the more young Ryze began to recognize the subtle signs of corruption that the Chronicle of Creation had described with such careful detail. The older man's voice took on a quality of absolute certainty when discussing his plans, as if the mere possibility of failure or error had ceased to exist in his mental calculations. His gestures became more dramatic and commanding, reflecting a growing sense of personal importance that seemed quite different from the humble dedication to knowledge that had once characterized his approach to scholarship. Most telling of all, he began to speak of other scholars and academics not as colleagues and equals, but as individuals whose limited understanding made them incapable of appreciating the necessity of his mission. The transformation accelerated after his master received word that a world rune had been located in the ruins of an ancient temple complex, just 3 days' journey from the academy. The artifact had apparently been uncovered by one of the numerous archaeological expeditions that various kingdoms had launched in their desperate search for cosmic weapons. But the team that found it had been wiped out by the chaotic energies that had been unleashed during the excavation process. The site was now considered too dangerous for conventional military forces to approach, but reconnaissance reports suggested that the rune itself remained intact and theoretically accessible to someone with sufficient knowledge of protective magical techniques. Young Ryze watched with growing alarm as his master began preparations for what he claimed would be a simple research expedition to study the newly discovered artifact. The equipment he assembled included not just the standard tools of a archaeological investigation, but also binding circles designed to contain and channel massive amounts of magical energy, crystalline focusing devices that could amplify runic power beyond safe limits, and protective gear that was clearly intended for prolonged exposure to world rune emanations. These were not the preparations of someone planning to study an artifact from a safe distance. They were the tools of someone who intended to claim and use cosmic power for purposes that he had not fully revealed. The night before his master's planned departure, young Ryze made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his extended existence. Unable to sleep for worry about what his mentor might be planning to do, he made his way through the darkened corridors of the academy to the older man's private study, hoping to find some indication of his true intentions. What he discovered there filled him with a horror that no amount of theoretical knowledge could have prepared him for. Spread across every available surface were detailed plans for not just claiming the newly discovered world rune, but for using its power to locate and gather the other artifacts that remained scattered across the known world. The scope of his master's ambition was breathtaking in its arrogance and terrifying in its implications. He had convinced himself that the only way to end the rune wars was to gather all of the world runes under his personal control, using their combined power to impose a new order on the world that would eliminate the possibility of future conflicts. The detailed notes described how he would use the artifacts to reshape the fundamental laws of magic, making it impossible for anyone else to wield power in ways that he deemed inappropriate. He would become, in effect, the supreme magical authority for all of Runeterra, a position that he justified by claiming that his superior understanding made him the only person qualified to make such decisions. Young Ryze stared at these documents with a growing sense of despair, recognizing in them the same patterns of corruption that the Chronicle of Creation had attributed to every individual who had ever attempted to claim dominion over world rune power. His master, the man who had taught him about the importance of wisdom and restraint, who had emphasized again and again that knowledge was a sacred trust to be shared rather than hoarded, had fallen victim to the very forces he had spent his life studying. The artifacts that he intended to claim for the betterment of the world would inevitably corrupt him further transforming a scholar who genuinely cared about human welfare into a tyrant whose rule would make the current chaos seem mild by comparison. The confrontation that followed was perhaps the most painful experience of young Ryze's life, a conversation that began with desperate attempts at reasoning and ended with the terrible recognition that words alone would not be sufficient to prevent the catastrophe that his master was planning to unleash. The older man listened to his apprentice's concerns with a patronizing smile that suggested he viewed such objections as evidence of incomplete understanding rather than legitimate warnings about the dangers of his intended course of action. He spoke of sacrifice and necessity, of the burden that superior knowledge placed upon those wise enough to bear it, and of the temporary hardships that would inevitably accompany any meaningful attempt to restore order to a chaotic world. As the argument intensified, young Ryze began to see flashes of the power that his master had already begun to channel in preparation for his quest. The runic tattoos that covered the older man's arms pulsed with energies that were clearly beyond anything he had possessed just months earlier, and his eyes occasionally flashed with lights that seemed to come from sources far removed from normal human consciousness. He had already begun the process of transformation that would eventually make him something more and less than human, and the changes were accelerating at a rate that made intervention an increasingly urgent necessity. The choice that young Ryze faced in that moment was one that no apprentice should ever have to make, whether to allow someone he loved and respected to proceed with actions that would inevitably lead to his corruption and the world's destruction, or to take steps to prevent that outcome regardless of the personal cost. The Chronicle of Creation had been quite specific about the fate that awaited anyone who attempted to claim multiple world runes, and the historical examples it provided left no room for hope that his master's superior knowledge would somehow protect him from the madness that had consumed all previous seekers of such power. The battle that erupted in the confines of the study was unlike anything young Ryze had ever experienced, a clash between magical forces that threatened to tear apart not just the room around them but the very fabric of local reality. His master fought with the desperate fury of someone who believed that any obstacle to his mission was by definition an enemy of everything good and decent in the world, while young Ryze struggled to find ways to subdue his mentor without causing permanent harm. The older man's enhanced abilities made him a formidable opponent, but his increasing reliance on corrupted runic magic also made him unpredictable and ultimately vulnerable to techniques that he had not anticipated. His former student would be willing to use. When the conflict finally ended, young Ryze found himself alone in a chamber that would forever serve as a reminder of the most terrible lesson any scholar could learn: that the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how noble the intentions behind it, could lead to destinations that no sane person would choose to reach. His master's body lay still among the scattered remains of research that had once represented the pinnacle of academic achievement, while the plans for claiming world rune power smoldered in fires that seemed to burn with their own inner light. In the silence that followed, as young Ryze struggled to comprehend the full implications of what had just occurred, he began to understand that his own life had just taken a turn from which there could be no return. The responsibility for preventing world rune disasters had not been chosen by him. It had been thrust upon him by circumstances that no amount of preparation could have anticipated. The comfortable life of academic research and scholarly collaboration was ending, replaced by a mission that would demand sacrifices he was only beginning to comprehend. As we witness this moment of profound transformation, when a student becomes a guardian through necessity rather than choice, we might reflect on the nature of responsibility itself. In a world where knowledge can become corruption and wisdom can transform into madness, how do we distinguish between the courage needed to act and the hubris that leads to our own destruction? Chapter 6. The Transformation. In the aftermath of choices that no mortal should ever be forced to make, young Ryze found himself alone in a world that had suddenly become both infinitely larger and impossibly small. The academy halls that had once felt like home now seemed like corridors in a mausoleum, filled with memories of conversations that could never be repeated, and lessons that had taken on meanings their teachers never intended. Tonight, Let us witness the slow metamorphosis that began in those dark hours, as the young man who had dreamed of a life spent in scholarly pursuit discovered that knowledge of the world runes came with a price that would reshape not just his destiny, but his very essence as a living being. The first signs of change manifested in ways so subtle that Ryze initially dismissed them as natural responses to the trauma he had endured. His hands, which had always been steady and precise when tracing runic symbols, began to tingle with a persistent sensation that felt like electricity dancing just beneath his skin. The feeling was not unpleasant, merely strange, as if his flesh had become more sensitive to the magical energies that permeated the Academy's ancient walls. He told himself that this was simply a temporary effect of the intense magical combat he had experienced, a side effect that would fade once his body had time to recover from the extraordinary stresses it had endured. But as the days passed, and the sensation not only persisted but intensified, the tingling had spread from his hands up his arms, following the precise pathways where his master had taught him to channel runic energy during their lessons. More troubling still, he could see faint patterns beginning to emerge on his skin, like tattoos drawn in ink that was somehow composed of pure magical force. These marks appeared first as barely visible outlines, so subtle that they were only noticeable in certain lighting conditions, but they grew more distinct with each passing day, until it became impossible to ignore the fact that his body was being permanently altered by forces beyond his control. The realization that he was undergoing a transformation similar to what he had witnessed in his master filled Ryze with a complex mixture of fear and fascination. The Chronicle of Creation had described such changes as inevitable consequences of prolonged exposure to world rune energies, but reading about theoretical effects and experiencing them firsthand were entirely different things. He found himself spending hours examining his reflection in the Academy's scrying mirrors, watching as the runic patterns on his skin grew more complex and more luminous, documenting each change with the methodical precision that his scholarly training had ingrained in him. The physical alterations were accompanied by changes in his perception that were even more profound and disorienting. Colors seemed more vivid than they had before, as if someone had removed a veil that he hadn't known was there, revealing depths and nuances that his eyes had previously been unable to detect. Sounds carried additional harmonics that spoke directly to some newly awakened part of his consciousness, creating music from what had once been simple noise. Most significantly, he began to perceive the flow of magical energy through the world around him with a clarity that was both exhilarating and overwhelming. Where once he had needed to concentrate intensely to sense the subtle currents of magic that connected all living things, Ryze now found himself constantly aware of these forces, as if he had developed a new sense organ that could not be turned off or ignored. He could see the ley lines that carried power beneath the Academy's foundations, watch the ebb and flow of energy as spells were cast in distant chambers, and feel the pulse of magical activity from sources so far away that he couldn't identify their precise locations. It was like being given the ability to see through walls and across vast distances, but only for phenomena that most people couldn't perceive at all. This enhanced awareness brought with it a growing understanding of just how interconnected all magical phenomena truly were. Ryze began to recognize patterns and relationships that had been completely invisible to him during his years of study, connections between seemingly unrelated events that revealed the underlying structure of reality itself. A spell cast in one part of the Academy would send ripples through the magical field that could be detected and analyzed hours later in completely different areas. The emotional states of the Academy's inhabitants influenced the local magical environment in ways that were both predictable and measurable, creating feedback loops that could either stabilize or destabilize the entire system. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of his transformation was the gradual change in how other people responded to his presence. Fellow students who had once sought his company now seemed uncomfortable around him, as if some instinctive part of their minds recognized that he was no longer entirely human. Conversations that had once flowed naturally became stilted and awkward, punctuated by long silences and nervous glances that suggested his companions were struggling to reconcile his familiar appearance with something indefinably alien in his manner. Even the Academy's professors, who had always treated him with the respect due to a promising scholar, began to regard him with a mixture of awe and wariness that made normal interactions increasingly difficult. Ryze found himself spending more and more time in solitude, partly because social interactions had become uncomfortable for everyone involved, and partly because he needed the quiet to process the flood of sensory information that his enhanced perceptions provided. The library became his refuge, particularly the restricted sections where the most dangerous texts were kept under protective wards that would have been painful for normal humans to approach. The same energies that had once required careful preparation and protective rituals for him to endure now felt like a warm embrace, welcoming him into circles of knowledge that had previously been accessible only under the most controlled circumstances. It was during one of these solitary research sessions that Ryze discovered the true scope of what was happening to him. Hidden among the most carefully guarded texts in the Academy's collection was a journal written by a scholar who had undergone a similar transformation centuries earlier, documenting his experiences as prolonged exposure to world rune energy gradually rewrote the fundamental structure of his being. The account was both fascinating and terrifying, describing a process that was irreversible and ultimately isolating, transforming the subject into something that was neither fully human nor entirely magical, but rather an entirely new form of existence that bridged the gap between mortal consciousness and cosmic force. According to the journal, the physical changes were only the beginning of a metamorphosis that would eventually affect every aspect of his existence. His lifespan would be extended far beyond normal human limits, granting him the time necessary to complete tasks that might require centuries of dedication, but also condemning him to watch countless generations of friends and colleagues age and die, while he remained fundamentally unchanged. His magical abilities would grow to levels that few mortals could achieve through conventional study and practice, but this power would come at the cost of ever being able to relate to ordinary people as an equal again. Most sobering of all, the journal described how the transformation gradually eroded the subject's connection to normal human emotions and motivations. Love, friendship, personal ambition, and even simple pleasure in everyday experiences all began to fade as the enhanced consciousness focused increasingly on cosmic concerns that dwarfed individual desires and needs. The author wrote of watching sunsets that were objectively more beautiful than anything he had perceived as a normal human, yet feeling nothing but intellectual appreciation for their aesthetic qualities. He described achieving magical feats that surpassed the greatest accomplishments of legendary wizards, yet experiencing no satisfaction or pride in these achievements, because his perspective had expanded to encompass forces so vast that personal accomplishments seemed trivial by comparison. Reading these accounts, Ryze began to understand that his transformation was not simply a matter of gaining new abilities or changing his physical appearance. It was a fundamental alteration of what he was as a conscious being. The young man who had dreamed of a life spent in scholarly collaboration with like-minded colleagues was dying, being gradually replaced by something that would be capable of tremendous achievements, but incapable of finding joy in the simple pleasures that made life meaningful for ordinary people. He was becoming a living tool, perfectly designed for the mission that had been thrust upon him, but increasingly unable to remember why that mission mattered in human terms. The emotional impact of this realization was devastating, yet also strangely muted, as if his capacity for profound despair was already being dampened by the same forces that were enhancing his magical perception. Ryze found himself observing his own grief with a detached clinical interest, noting how the intensity of his feelings seemed to diminish even as his intellectual understanding of their significance remained intact. It was like watching himself fade away from the inside, retaining all his memories and knowledge while gradually losing the emotional connections that had given those experiences their meaning. As the weeks passed and the transformation continued its inexorable progress, Ryze began to make preparations for a life that would be fundamentally different from anything he had previously imagined. The comfortable routines of academic study, were no longer sufficient to occupy his enhanced consciousness, and the social connections that had once provided meaning and purpose were becoming increasingly tenuous as his fellow scholars struggled to relate to what he was becoming. He found himself drawn to the restricted archives where the most dangerous knowledge was stored, not because he sought power for its own sake, but because he was beginning to understand that his transformed state would require him to take on responsibilities that no normal human could bear. The final stage of his metamorphosis began when Ryze made the decision to seek out his first world rune, not to claim its power for personal use, but to prevent it from falling into hands that lacked the wisdom and restraint necessary to wield it safely. The choice was made with the cold logic that his enhanced consciousness imposed on all decisions, weighing the risks and benefits with mathematical precision, while the diminishing remnants of his human emotions protested weakly against the loneliness and danger that such a path would inevitably entail. The process of actually acquiring and containing a world rune completed his transformation in ways that no amount of theoretical preparation could have anticipated. The moment his enhanced flesh came into contact with the artifact's raw cosmic energy, the runic patterns on his skin flared to brilliant life, becoming permanent conduits that would forever mark him as something other than human. The sensation was indescribable, like being simultaneously burned and blessed, destroyed and reborn, reduced to component atoms and elevated to cosmic consciousness in the span of a single heartbeat. When the process was complete, Ryze found himself fundamentally changed in ways that extended far beyond the physical and magical alterations he had already experienced. His consciousness had expanded to encompass perspectives that spanned centuries rather than decades, considerations that involved the welfare of entire civilizations rather than individual communities, and responsibilities that would persist long after everyone he had ever known had crumbled to dust. He had become exactly what the world needed to address the world rune crisis, a being with the power to locate and contain cosmic artifacts, the wisdom to resist their corrupting influence, and the longevity to pursue this mission across the vast spans of time that it would require. Yet in gaining everything necessary to serve as the world's guardian, he had lost everything that had made him recognizably human. The joy he had once found in discovery was replaced by grim satisfaction in duty fulfilled. The companionship he had treasured was abandoned in favor of the isolation necessary to protect others from the dangers he carried. The dreams he had nurtured were sacrificed to serve a mission that was more important than any individual ambition, yet somehow emptier than the simple goals he had once pursued. As we witness this profound metamorphosis, this transformation from human scholar to cosmic guardian, we might reflect on the nature of sacrifice itself. When the world requires champions who can bear burdens too heavy for ordinary mortals, what do we owe to those who answer that call, and what do they owe to the humanity they can no longer claim as their own? Chapter 7. The Endless Hunt. With his transformation complete, and his first world rune secured within protective bindings that pulsed with otherworldly energy, Ryze stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of his former life and into a quest that would span continents and centuries. The methodical scholar had become something far more dangerous and necessary, a hunter whose prey was scattered across the length and breadth of Runeterra, hidden in places where reality itself bent under the weight of cosmic power. Tonight, let us follow his footsteps across landscapes, both beautiful and terrible, as the newly transformed guardian began the endless search that would define every remaining day of his extended existence. The first challenge Ryze faced was not locating world runes themselves, but learning to interpret the subtle signs that marked their presence in a world where magical energies flowed like invisible rivers through every mountain, forest, and plain. His enhanced perception allowed him to sense disturbances in the fundamental fabric of reality, but distinguishing between the chaotic emanations of a world rune and the countless other magical phenomena that occurred naturally across Runeterra required a level of sensitivity that could only be developed through experience. Each artifact created its own unique signature in the magical field, a distinctive pattern of distortion that was as individual as a fingerprint, yet these signatures could be masked by distance, interfered with by other magical sources, or deliberately concealed by those who understood their significance. His enhanced consciousness processed information on scales that his former human mind could never have comprehended, analyzing thousands of magical fluctuations simultaneously while plotting courses that would allow him to investigate the most promising leads with maximum efficiency. Ryze found himself developing an almost supernatural intuition for the locations where cosmic artifacts might be found, drawn to ancient ruins that had been built over sites of power, to natural formations where the earth itself had been shaped by energies beyond normal understanding, and to places where the local population spoke in whispers of phenomena that defied rational explanation. The journey to his second world, Rune, took him across the war-torn landscapes of kingdoms that had torn themselves apart in their desperate quest for cosmic power. Where once fertile farmlands had provided sustenance for thriving communities, now crystalline wastelands stretched for miles, their surfaces reflecting light in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The very air in these regions seemed thick with potential energy, making each breath an exercise in restraint as his transformed physiology struggled not to absorb more power than it could safely contain. Villages that had stood for centuries had been abandoned overnight, when their inhabitants discovered that proximity to World Rune activity made normal life impossible, their streets now empty, except for the occasional scholarly expedition or military reconnaissance team, brave enough to venture into areas where reality behaved according to rules that no mortal could predict. In the ruins of what had once been the prosperous trading city of Candelar, Ryze found evidence of the second artifact he sought. The city had been evacuated when mining operations in the nearby mountains had broken into a chamber containing a world rune, unleashing energies that had transformed the urban center into something that resembled a three-dimensional geometric puzzle, more than a place where people had once lived and worked. Buildings had been twisted into impossible angles that seemed to exist in more dimensions than normal space allowed, while streets had become flowing rivers of crystallized time that carried echoes of conversations from decades past. The world rune itself rested in the center of what had once been the main marketplace, surrounded by a sphere of distorted space-time that made direct approach extremely dangerous. Retrieving the artifact required all of Ryze's enhanced abilities and considerable preparation. The protective rituals alone took 3 days to complete, as he carefully inscribed runic circles around the perimeter of the distortion field, each symbol precisely calculated to counteract specific aspects of the chaotic energies that surrounded his target. The actual approach had to be made in stages, with frequent pauses to allow his transformed physiology to adapt to each new level of cosmic radiation. Even with his enhanced resilience, the experience was profoundly uncomfortable, like walking through a storm where the lightning was made of pure possibility, and the thunder consisted of the screams of alternate realities colliding with devastating force. When he finally managed to reach the world rune and secure it within the specialized containment devices he had developed for this purpose, Ryze felt a moment of satisfaction that was immediately tempered by the realization of how much work still lay ahead. According to the most conservative estimates he could make based on historical records and theoretical calculations, at least 5 more world runes remained scattered across Runeterra, each one potentially as difficult to locate and secure as the one he had just claimed. The prospect of repeating this process again and again, possibly for centuries, was daunting even for someone whose consciousness had been expanded to encompass cosmic perspectives. His search for the third world rune led him into the frozen wasteland of the far north, where barbarian tribes spoke of a sacred stone that had begun singing in languages that predated human civilization. The journey across the ice fields was treacherous even for someone with his enhanced abilities, as the extreme cold seemed to interact with his runic tattoos in unexpected ways, creating feedback loops that occasionally threatened to overwhelm his control systems. The aurora that danced across the northern sky was unusually active in this region, creating displays of such beauty and intensity that Ryze found himself pausing frequently to analyze their patterns, recognizing in them the distinctive interference signatures that marked world rune activity. The barbarian shamans who guided him to the artifact's location or among the first people he had encountered who seemed genuinely comfortable in his presence, their own exposure to primordial magical forces having prepared them to accept transformations that would have terrified more civilized populations. They spoke of the stone as if it were a living entity, describing how its arrival had changed the dreams of their people and altered the behavior of the local wildlife in ways both subtle and profound. Wolves had begun howling in harmonic progressions that matched the artifact's emanations, while the great white bears that roamed the region had started gathering around the stone's resting place, as if participating in some incomprehensible form of worship. Securing this world rune proved even more challenging than the previous two, not because of direct dangers, but because of the complex negotiations required with the tribal leaders, who considered it their sacred responsibility to protect the artifact from those who would misuse its power. Ryze found himself in the unusual position of having to prove his worthiness, not through demonstrations of magical ability, but through his willingness to understand and respect the spiritual significance that the tribes attributed to the cosmic forces they had encountered. The shamans tested him with riddles that were less about intellectual knowledge than about wisdom and restraint, evaluating whether he possessed the emotional maturity necessary to resist the corrupting influence of the power he sought to contain. These interactions provided Ryze with insights into alternative approaches to world rune exposure that the academic texts had never described, where scholars and rulers had invariably sought to claim and use these artifacts. The barbarian tribes had developed traditions designed to honor and contain them without attempting to harness their power for practical purposes. Their ceremonies and protective rituals were crude by academic standards, lacking the mathematical precision that characterized formal runic magic, but they demonstrated an intuitive understanding of cosmic forces that was both impressive and humbling. Ryze began to realize that his scholarly training, for all its theoretical sophistication, had provided only one perspective on problems that might be approached from many different angles. The fourth world rune was located in the ancient ruins of a civilization that had vanished so completely that even their name had been lost to history. The artifact rested in a chamber deep beneath a pyramid that had been built according to architectural principles that seemed to defy conventional understanding of structural engineering. The entire complex was a maze of passages and chambers, designed to test anyone who sought to reach the central vault, with traps and challenges that required not just magical knowledge but wisdom, patience, and the ability to solve puzzles that had been crafted by minds operating according to philosophical frameworks that were alien to modern thinking. Navigating this labyrinth required weeks of careful study and preparation, as Ryze worked to decode the symbolic language that the ancient builders had used to convey their intentions to future generations. The experience was like engaging in a conversation across millennia with individuals whose understanding of cosmic forces rivaled or exceeded his own, despite their lack of access to the theoretical frameworks that had shaped his academic training. Each chamber contained lessons about the nature of reality and the responsibilities that came with cosmic awareness, presented in forms that were simultaneously educational and judgmental, as if the builders had designed their tests to evaluate not just the abilities of those who sought their treasures, but their moral fitness to possess such power. When Ryze finally reached the central chamber and secured the fourth world rune, he found among the artifacts a collection of written records that provided new insights into the long history of cosmic power on Runeterra. The text described previous individuals who had attempted to gather multiple world runes, documenting their motivations, methods, and ultimate fates with a precision that was both scholarly and deeply troubling. Every single attempt had ended in disaster, either because the seeker had been corrupted by the power they claimed, or because they had underestimated the complexity of forces they were trying to control. Yet the records also contained hints that there might be ways to use world rune power constructively, approaches that required not just individual wisdom but collaborative effort across multiple generations. These discoveries forced Ryze to confront uncomfortable questions about his own mission and methods. Was his approach fundamentally different from those who had failed before him? Or was he simply the latest in a long line of individuals who had convinced themselves that they were uniquely qualified to handle cosmic power? The isolation that his transformation had imposed upon him meant that he had no colleagues with whom he could discuss these concerns, no external perspectives to help him evaluate whether his judgment remained sound, or had begun to show the subtle signs of corruption that marked the beginning of every previous failure. The search for the fifth world rune took him to a region where space itself seemed unstable, where valleys existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and mountains appeared and disappeared according to patterns that followed no earthly logic. The local population had learned to navigate this chaos through techniques that were part magic and part faith, following paths that were revealed through prayer and meditation rather than conventional maps or landmarks. Ryze found himself adapting his enhanced perceptions to detect patterns in the dimensional instability, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when reality would shift and how to position himself to avoid being caught in the transitions. This world rune was not hidden in ancient ruins or natural formations, but rather existed in a state of constant motion, phasing in and out of normal reality as it followed orbits that traced complex mathematical progressions through multiple dimensions simultaneously. Tracking and capturing it required Ryze to develop entirely new techniques, combining his enhanced magical abilities with insights drawn from theoretical physics and dimensional mathematics. The actual capture took place across multiple reality phases, with Ryze having to maintain his focus and intention across transitions between dimensional states that would have driven a normal human consciousness into immediate madness. By the time he had secured 5 world runes, Ryze had traveled across the majority of the known world, visiting kingdoms and wilderness areas that few scholars had ever seen, and fewer still had survived to document. His enhanced consciousness had catalogued thousands of magical phenomena, recorded the effects of world rune activity on dozens of different environments, and developed techniques for cosmic artifact containment that far exceeded anything described in the ancient texts. Yet rather than feeling accomplished or satisfied with these achievements, he found himself increasingly aware of how much work remained to be done, and how little time he had to complete it, despite his extended lifespan. Each successful recovery brought new intelligence about the locations of remaining artifacts, but also revealed the growing sophistication of the opposition he faced. Other groups had begun organizing systematic searches for world runes, some driven by scholarly curiosity, but others motivated by far more dangerous ambitions. Military organizations were developing tactics specifically designed to counter individuals with enhanced magical abilities, while certain rulers had begun implementing policies that treated world rune research as a matter of national security. The simple phase of his mission, when his primary challenge had been locating hidden artifacts, was giving way to a more complex period where political and military considerations would be as important as magical expertise. As Ryze established temporary headquarters in a remote mountain monastery, whose monks had developed their own traditions for containing dangerous magical artifacts, he began to plan the next phase of his eternal hunt. The remaining world runes would be harder to find and more dangerous to approach, but his enhanced abilities and accumulated experience had prepared him for challenges that would have seemed impossible during his days as a human scholar. The question was no longer whether he could complete his mission, but whether he could do so before the forces that opposed him developed the power to stop him. As we observe this methodical hunter pursuing cosmic artifacts across landscapes transformed by their power, we might wonder about the nature of duty itself. When a mission requires sacrifices that strip away everything that makes life worth living, how do we distinguish between noble purpose and elaborate self-destruction disguised as virtue? Chapter 8: Allies and Enemies. In the twilight realm between human understanding and cosmic awareness, where Ryze now dwelt as both protector and exile, the concepts of ally and enemy had become far more complex than they had seemed during his days as a simple scholar. Tonight, let us explore the intricate web of relationships that developed around the last Rune Mage as he pursued his solitary mission, encountering individuals whose motivations ranged from noble to catastrophic, yet whose impact on his quest was often the inverse of their stated intentions. In a world where knowledge itself could be a form of corruption, Even those who sought to help him sometimes posed greater dangers than his most obvious opponents. The first true ally Ryze encountered after beginning his hunt was a woman whose own transformation had taken a path parallel to his own, though through different circumstances and with different results. Soraka had once been a celestial being whose curiosity about mortal existence had led her to take physical form, binding herself to Runeterra in ways that had cost her much of her cosmic perspective, while granting her profound insights into the nature of suffering and sacrifice. When their paths crossed in the ruins of a city that had been devastated by world rune activity, she recognized in him a kindred spirit, someone who had willingly accepted isolation and transformation in service to a cause greater than personal desire. Their initial meeting was marked by a mutual wariness that gradually gave way to something approaching friendship, though neither could claim to fully understand the other's perspective. Soraka's approach to cosmic forces was intuitive and emotionally driven, based on empathy and healing rather than the analytical methods that Ryze had developed through his scholarly training. She could sense the pain that his transformation had caused, both to himself and to the world around him, yet she also recognized the necessity of his mission in ways that few others could appreciate. Their conversations during the brief periods when their quests intersected provided Ryze with perspectives on his work that he could never have achieved through solitary contemplation. Soraka's insights proved particularly valuable when Ryze encountered situations where his enhanced logical capabilities were insufficient to address the human elements of world rune crises. She helped him understand that the cosmic artifacts didn't just corrupt through their raw power, but through their ability to amplify existing flaws and desires in those who encountered them. A king who harbored secret doubts about his fitness to rule might be driven to tyrannical extremes by a world rune's influence, while a scholar with suppressed ambitions for recognition could be transformed into a megalomaniacal destroyer of knowledge. Understanding these psychological patterns allowed Ryze to predict and sometimes prevent disasters before they reached their full catastrophic potential. But perhaps more importantly, Soraka's presence reminded Ryze that transformation didn't necessarily require the complete abandonment of empathy and emotional connection. Where his own metamorphosis had followed a path of increasing isolation and analytical detachment, hers had deepened her capacity for understanding and compassion, even as it separated her from her original nature. Their interactions suggested that there might be ways to pursue cosmic responsibilities without becoming completely inhuman, though the specific techniques required for maintaining such balance remained frustratingly elusive. Not all of Ryze's encounters with potential allies were as harmonious or productive. The mage Xerath had once been a scholar whose dedication to understanding cosmic forces rivaled Ryze's own, but his transformation had taken a far more destructive path. Where Ryze had accepted the limitations and responsibilities that came with world rune exposure, Xerath had embraced raw power as an end in itself, becoming something that was more energy than flesh, more ambition than wisdom. Their confrontations were philosophical as much as magical, debates about the proper use of cosmic knowledge that were conducted through exchanges of reality-warping spells rather than words. Xerath saw Ryze's mission as fundamentally misguided, arguing that the world runes represented an opportunity for transcendence that was being wasted through excessive caution and moral squeamishness. His position was that cosmic power should be embraced rather than contained, used to reshape reality according to rational principles rather than being hoarded out of fear of potential consequences. These arguments were superficially compelling, drawing upon many of the same philosophical frameworks that had shaped Ryze's own academic training, yet they revealed the subtle corruption that made Xerath ultimately dangerous, despite his intellectual sophistication. The debates between them served to clarify Ryze's own understanding of his mission and its underlying principles. Where Xerath had convinced himself that his superior knowledge justified any means necessary to achieve his goals, Ryze maintained that wisdom required restraint precisely because of the vast scope of the forces they were dealing with. The difference was not one of capability or understanding, but of fundamental philosophy about the relationship between power and responsibility. These encounters forced Ryze to articulate principles that he had previously held only intuitively, developing a coherent framework for cosmic ethics that could guide his decisions in situations where traditional moral guidelines were insufficient. Among the most complex relationships Ryze developed was his ongoing conflict with Brand, a being who had once been human, but whose encounter with a world rune had transformed him into something that was simultaneously more and less than his original form. Brand represented the ultimate cautionary tale about the dangers of cosmic exposure, an individual whose noble intentions had been completely overwhelmed by forces that were beyond his capacity to control or resist. Yet unlike Xerath, whose corruption had been gradual and somewhat predictable, Brand's transformation had been sudden and total, leaving behind only fragments of personality wrapped around a core of destructive cosmic energy. Confronting Brand was particularly difficult for Ryze because it forced him to face the possibility that his own mission might ultimately lead to a similar fate. The similarities between their original motivations were troubling. Both had been scholars who encountered world rune power while trying to prevent its misuse. Both had believed themselves capable of resisting corruption through superior knowledge and moral fortitude, and both had undergone transformations that separated them from normal human existence. The primary difference seemed to be one of degree rather than kind, raising uncomfortable questions about whether Ryze's current stability was permanent or simply a temporary phase in his own inevitable corruption. The conflict with Brand also illustrated the tragic irony that often characterized interactions between those who had been touched by cosmic forces. Their battles were devastating to the surrounding landscape, creating secondary disasters that threatened innocent populations even when both combatants were ostensibly fighting to protect the world from greater catastrophes. Ryze found himself having to develop techniques for containing not just world runes themselves, but also the collateral damage that resulted from conflicts between individuals who possessed cosmic-level abilities. These experiences taught him the importance of choosing battlefields carefully and working to resolve conflicts through means other than direct confrontation whenever possible. One of the most unexpected alliances Ryze formed was with Zilean, a chronarch whose manipulation of temporal forces had granted him perspectives on cosmic events that spanned multiple timelines and probability matrices. Zilean's approach to preventing world rune disasters was fundamentally different from Ryze's straightforward methodology of location and containment. Instead, he worked to identify and alter the chain of causality that led to catastrophic events, sometimes preventing disasters by making subtle changes to seemingly unrelated circumstances decades or centuries before the actual crisis would have occurred. Their collaboration was complicated by the fact that Zilean's temporal manipulations made it difficult for Ryze to maintain a clear understanding of which events had actually occurred, and which were simply potential outcomes that had been prevented through chronological intervention. Conversations with the chronarch often involved references to disasters that Ryze remembered, but which had apparently never happened, or discussions of solutions to problems that seemed to resolve themselves before they could manifest. This temporal uncertainty was deeply unsettling for someone whose enhanced consciousness was accustomed to processing information with mathematical precision. Yet despite these communication difficulties, Zilean's assistance proved invaluable in several critical situations. His ability to accelerate or decelerate time in localized areas allowed for world rune containment procedures that would have been impossible through conventional means, while his knowledge of future probability streams provided advance warning of threats that Ryze would never have detected until it was too late to prevent them. More importantly, Zilean's perspective helped Ryze understand that his mission was not simply about preventing immediate disasters, but about shaping the long-term trajectory of cosmic forces on Runeterra in ways that would benefit future generations. The most dangerous enemy Ryze faced was not an individual corrupted by world rune power, but an organization that had developed systematic approaches to cosmic artifact research and utilization. The cabal of the Crimson Circle consisted of scholars, mages, and political leaders from across Runeterra, who had concluded that the world runes represented tools that could be safely employed if sufficient precautions were taken and proper protocols were followed. Their methodology was academically rigorous, and their intentions were genuinely altruistic, yet their fundamental premise was flawed in ways that made them more dangerous than obviously malevolent opponents. The Cabal's approach was based on the assumption that world rune corruption could be prevented through careful study and gradual exposure, much like developing immunity to a poison through controlled administration of small doses over time. They had developed elaborate protective rituals and containment procedures that were sophisticated enough to prevent immediate disasters, but which failed to account for the subtle psychological effects that cosmic exposure produced over extended periods. Members of the organization genuinely believed they were pursuing the responsible use of cosmic power, even as their judgment was gradually compromised by forces they couldn't recognize or resist. Confronting the Cabal required Ryze to develop entirely new strategies, as their organizational structure and distributed decision-making processes made them immune to the direct approaches that had proven effective against individual opponents. Simply defeating their most powerful members was insufficient, as the knowledge and resources they had accumulated could be passed on to successors who would continue their work with even greater sophistication. Instead, Ryze had to work to undermine their theoretical foundations, demonstrating through carefully documented examples that their protective measures were inadequate to prevent the corruption they sought to avoid. These conflicts forced Ryze to confront the possibility that his own methods might be equally flawed, that his confidence in his ability to resist world rune corruption might be just as unfounded as the Cabal's belief in their protective protocols. The distinction between his approach and theirs was often one of degree rather than fundamental principle, as both involved individuals who believed themselves uniquely qualified to handle cosmic forces that had destroyed everyone else who attempted to wield them. The primary difference seemed to be that Ryze's isolation prevented him from spreading his potential corruption to others, while the Cabal's collaborative approach meant that their mistakes could affect entire organizations. As Ryze continued his quest and encountered an ever-widening circle of individuals whose lives had been touched by world rune power, he began to develop a deeper appreciation for the complexity of the forces he was trying to contain. The artifacts didn't simply corrupt through raw magical energy, but through their ability to amplify existing traits and desires in ways that seemed beneficial initially, but ultimately proved destructive. Each person who encountered cosmic power believed themselves capable of using it wisely, and many of them possessed the knowledge and moral fortitude that should have protected them from corruption, yet the pattern of failure was remarkably consistent across all cases. This recognition led Ryze to modify his mission in subtle but important ways, rather than simply focusing on the location and containment of world runes themselves. He began working to identify and address the conditions that made individuals vulnerable to cosmic corruption. This involved not just preventing access to the artifacts, but also educating potential seekers about the true nature of the dangers they faced, and helping to establish institutions that could provide alternative paths for those whose talents and ambitions might otherwise lead them toward cosmic power. Yet even as Ryze worked to address the root causes of world rune disasters, he remained haunted by questions about his own long-term stability and the ultimate sustainability of his mission. Every ally he encountered reminded him of aspects of himself that his transformation had diminished or eliminated, while every enemy provided examples of potential futures that his own path might lead toward. The isolation that protected others from his potential corruption also prevented him from receiving the external perspectives that might help him recognize if his judgment was becoming compromised. As we observe these complex relationships between beings who have transcended normal human limitations, yet remain bound by cosmic responsibilities, we might wonder about the nature of wisdom itself. In a universe where knowledge can become corruption and good intentions can lead to catastrophic outcomes, how do we distinguish between the allies who strengthen our resolve and the enemies who reveal our hidden weaknesses? Chapter 9. The Realm Warp. Among the many abilities that Ryze's transformation had granted him, none was more remarkable or more isolating than his mastery of realm warping, the capacity to step between dimensions as easily as walking from one room to another. This power, born from his intimate understanding of how world rune energy distorted the fundamental structure of reality, allowed him to transcend the normal limitations of space and time that bound all other living beings to a single plane of existence. Tonight, Let us explore this extraordinary ability and the profound loneliness it brought, as we witness how the very gift that made his mission possible also severed the last threads connecting him to the mortal world he had sworn to protect. The first time Ryze experienced dimensional displacement, it was entirely accidental, a side effect of containing a particularly volatile world rune, whose energies had torn holes in the fabric of local reality. One moment he had been standing in the ruins of an ancient temple, carefully inscribing protective circles around the cosmic artifact that pulsed with dangerous potential at the chamber's center. The next moment, the world around him had simply shifted, like a painting being replaced by an entirely different scene without any transition or warning. He found himself in what appeared to be the same temple, yet everything was subtly wrong. The shadows fell at impossible angles, the air tasted of mathematics and starlight, and the stone beneath his feet hummed with frequencies that existed somewhere between sound and color. This alternate version of reality was simultaneously familiar and alien, a place where the fundamental laws that governed existence operated according to slightly different parameters. Physics worked in ways that were recognizable yet distinct, with gravity flowing in curves rather than straight lines and light behaving more like a liquid than electromagnetic radiation. The most disturbing aspect of this dimensional shift was not the strangeness of the environment itself, but the growing realization that this was not some separate realm he had been transported to, but rather an alternative version of the same space he had occupied moments before, a parallel layer of reality that existed in the same location but followed different rules. Returning to his original dimension required conscious effort and careful manipulation of the runic energies that flowed through his transformed physiology. Ryze discovered that he could adjust his vibrational frequency, for lack of a better term, aligning his essence with different layers of reality until he found the one that matched his starting point. The process was exhausting and disorienting, like trying to tune a musical instrument while the notes themselves were constantly changing. But eventually he managed to shift back to the familiar world, where shadows fell predictably, and physics behaved according to the laws he had learned during his academic training. This initial experience might have been dismissed as an isolated incident, a unique side effect of the particular world rune he had been containing, except that similar dimensional displacements began occurring with increasing frequency as his mission continued. Each encounter with cosmic artifacts seemed to enhance his sensitivity to the hidden layers of reality that existed alongside the mundane world, until he found himself constantly aware of the dimensional boundaries that surrounded him like invisible walls. What had initially been an accidental ability gradually became a conscious skill that he could invoke at will, though each use of this power carried him further away from anything that could be considered normally human. The practical advantages of realm warping for his quest were immediately obvious. World runes that were heavily guarded or located in politically sensitive areas could be approached through dimensional routes that bypassed conventional defenses entirely. Enemies who possessed formidable magical abilities in normal reality often found themselves helpless when confronted in alternate dimensions where their familiar spells behaved unpredictably or failed to function at all. Most importantly, dangerous cosmic artifacts could be contained in pocket dimensions where their chaotic energies would be isolated from the primary reality that most living beings inhabited. Ryze began to develop systematic techniques for dimensional manipulation, treating it as both a practical tool and a subject for scholarly investigation. He learned to recognize the signs that indicated when local reality was unstable enough to permit easy transitions between layers, to identify the dimensional frequencies that corresponded to different types of environments, and to create artificial rifts that could serve as gateways between realms. His enhanced consciousness proved capable of maintaining awareness across multiple dimensional states simultaneously, allowing him to monitor several parallel versions of the same situation while deciding which reality offered the best opportunities for completing his objectives. The ability to step between dimensions also provided Ryze with unprecedented opportunities for observation and analysis. He could study the same world rune in multiple dimensional contexts, comparing how its energies manifested differently when filtered through alternative sets of physical laws. These comparative studies revealed patterns and relationships that would have been invisible from any single-dimensional perspective, deepening his understanding of cosmic forces in ways that no previous scholar had ever achieved. Each dimension offered its own unique lens through which to examine the fundamental nature of reality, and Ryze began to accumulate insights that transcended the limitations of conventional magical theory. Yet as his mastery of realm warping grew more sophisticated, Ryze began to realize that this ability was fundamentally changing his relationship with existence itself. The mundane world that served as home to all other living beings increasingly felt like just one option among many, a particular dimensional frequency that he happened to have originated from rather than his natural environment. He found himself spending more and more time in alternate realities that offered better conditions for his research or more interesting perspectives on cosmic phenomena, returning to baseline reality only when his mission specifically required interaction with individuals who were bound to a single-dimensional state. This dimensional perspective began to affect how Ryze perceived time, space, and causality in ways that made communication with normal humans increasingly difficult. Events that seemed sequential from a single-dimensional viewpoint often appeared simultaneous or even reversed when observed from multiple dimensional angles. Conversations that lasted hours in one reality might occupy mere minutes in another, while simple physical actions could have consequences that rippled across multiple layers of existence in patterns too complex for single-dimensional consciousness to comprehend. Ryze found himself having to consciously limit his awareness to conventional space-time parameters when interacting with others, a mental exercise that felt increasingly artificial and constraining. The isolation that dimensional manipulation imposed was perhaps its most significant cost. Ryze's ability to perceive and interact with multiple layers of reality meant that he could never again experience the simple, focused existence that characterized normal life. Even when he was physically present in baseline reality, part of his consciousness remained aware of the countless alternative versions of each moment that existed in parallel dimensions, creating a constant sense of detachment from immediate experience. Simple pleasures like watching a sunset or sharing a meal with companions became exercises in selective attention, requiring him to deliberately ignore the dimensional variance that offered different versions of the same events. More troubling still was the gradual realization that his dimensional mobility was affecting his emotional connections to people and places in fundamental ways. When he could observe infinite variations of every person he encountered, spanning dimensions where they had made different choices and experienced alternative fates, it became difficult to form attachments to any particular version of individuals he met. The Soraka, who served as his ally in baseline reality, was just one of countless dimensional variants, some more wise, some more corrupted, some entirely different in personality and motivation. This multiplicity of perspective made it nearly impossible to maintain the focused emotional connections that characterized normal relationships. Ryze discovered that his dimensional awareness also complicated his understanding of moral and ethical questions in ways that traditional philosophical frameworks were inadequate to address. Actions that seemed clearly beneficial from a single-dimensional perspective might prove harmful when their effects across multiple realities were considered, while apparently destructive choices could sometimes prevent greater disasters in alternative timelines. The responsibility of possessing such broad perspective was staggering, as every decision had to account for consequences that extended far beyond the immediate reality where most beings existed. The technical aspects of realm warping became increasingly complex as Ryze's abilities developed. He learned to navigate dimensional storms, where multiple realities intersected in chaotic patterns, to survive in pocket dimensions, where the basic forces that sustained life operated according to entirely alien principles, and to create stable pathways between realities that could be used repeatedly without causing dangerous instabilities. These skills required not just magical knowledge, but a kind of multi-dimensional intuition that could only be developed through extensive experience with forces that existed beyond normal space-time. One of the most significant applications of Ryze's dimensional abilities was in the creation of secure storage facilities for the world runes he had collected. Rather than attempting to contain cosmic artifacts within normal reality, where their energies could still influence the surrounding environment, he began establishing pocket dimensions specifically designed to isolate and neutralize their chaotic effects. These dimensional vaults were marvels of magical engineering, constructed according to principles that combined runic theory with advanced physics and metaphysical philosophy in ways that no previous scholar had ever attempted. Each vault was uniquely designed to counteract the specific energies of the world rune it contained, with dimensional parameters that were precisely calculated to prevent the artifact from affecting reality beyond its containment boundaries. The construction process required months of preparation and implementation, involving the creation of artificial dimensional spaces that were stable enough to serve as permanent storage, yet isolated enough to prevent any possibility of external access. These vaults existed in mathematical spaces that had no physical location in baseline reality, accessible only through dimensional coordinates that Ryze kept encoded in his own transformed consciousness. Yet, even as his dimensional abilities allowed him to accomplish objectives that would have been impossible through conventional means, Ryze began to suspect that his growing detachment from normal reality was itself a form of corruption, albeit one that was subtler and more gradual than the dramatic transformations that world rune exposure typically produced. His enhanced perspective was undeniably valuable for his mission, but it was also separating him from the humanity he had sworn to protect in ways that might ultimately prove just as destructive as the cosmic artifacts he sought to contain. The question of whether his dimensional awareness represented transcendence or corruption became increasingly urgent as Ryze noticed changes in his thought patterns and emotional responses that paralleled those he had observed in other individuals who had been touched by cosmic forces. His growing indifference to personal relationships, his tendency to view moral questions from mathematical rather than emotional perspectives, and his increasing preference for dimensional environments over baseline reality all suggested that his transformation was continuing to progress in directions that might eventually make him more threat than protector. As Ryze contemplated these concerns, while drifting through a dimension where thought took physical form and emotions created architectural structures of stunning beauty, he found himself facing the most fundamental question of his existence, whether the abilities that made his mission possible were simultaneously ensuring that he would eventually become the very type of cosmic threat he had dedicated his life to preventing. The irony was as profound as it was troubling, suggesting that the ultimate victory in his war against world rune corruption might be his own defeat by forces that were too subtle to recognize until it was too late to resist them. As we observe this guardian who has transcended the normal boundaries of existence yet struggles to maintain his connection to the reality he protects, we might wonder about the nature of sacrifice itself. When the tools necessary to serve a greater good inevitably transform us into something that can no longer appreciate why that service matters, have we achieved triumph or merely discovered a more sophisticated form of failure? Chapter 10. Close Calls and Near Disasters. In the long chronicle of Ryze's eternal vigilance, there were moments when the fate of entire civilizations hung upon decisions made in the space between heartbeats, when the difference between salvation and catastrophe was measured not in years or months, but in the precise timing of a spell or the exact angle of a protective ward. These were the incidents that haunted his enhanced consciousness during the rare quiet moments when he allowed himself to contemplate the true scope of the forces he opposed, reminders that even his vast abilities and accumulated wisdom were sometimes barely sufficient to prevent disasters that would have rewritten the very foundations of reality. Tonight, let us witness these harrowing encounters with cosmic chaos, moments when the Guardian's vigilance was tested to its absolute limits. The incident at Kalamanda began with reports so routine that Ryze almost dismissed them as insignificant variations in the background magical field that permeated all of Runeterra. Mining operations in the region had uncovered unusual crystalline formations that exhibited mild luminescent properties, nothing that would normally warrant investigation by someone whose concerns operated on cosmic scales. Local mages had examined the crystals and declared them to be simple magical focuses of moderate power, suitable for enhancement of basic spells, but lacking any unusual or dangerous characteristics. The miners had been authorized to continue their operations with standard magical safety protocols, and life in the surrounding communities had continued its normal patterns without any indication that they were living on the edge of annihilation. It was only through his dimensional perception that Ryze detected the subtle signs that marked this discovery as potentially catastrophic. While the crystals appeared stable from a single-dimensional perspective, analysis across multiple reality layers revealed resonance patterns that matched the theoretical signatures of world rune fragments that had been broken apart through violent cosmic events. These were not complete artifacts, but rather pieces of a larger cosmic structure that had been shattered by forces so tremendous that the individual fragments had been scattered across both space and time, coming to rest in locations that bore no obvious relationship to their point of origin. The danger lay not in any single fragment, but in the possibility that mining operations might uncover enough pieces in close proximity to create what magical theorists called a resonance cascade, a phenomenon where separated components of a world rune could achieve temporary reunification through harmonic amplification of their individual energies. The mathematical models that described such events were largely theoretical, as no known civilization had survived the experience of a major resonance cascade, but the projected effects were so catastrophic that even the possibility demanded immediate investigation. Ryze arrived at Kalamanda to find a situation that was far more advanced than the initial reports had suggested. The mining operations had indeed uncovered multiple fragments, and local mages had begun experimenting with ways to combine their individual effects to create more powerful magical tools. The researchers involved were competent and cautious by normal standards, following protocols that would have been entirely adequate for conventional magical artifacts, but they had no understanding of the cosmic forces they were manipulating. Their careful, methodical approach to studying the crystals was actually accelerating the resonance process, bringing the fragments closer to the critical threshold where temporary reunification would become inevitable. The situation was complicated by the fact that direct intervention would likely trigger the very cascade that Ryze was trying to prevent. The fragments had reached a state of delicate equilibrium, where any significant disturbance of their local magical environment could provide the final catalyst needed to initiate catastrophic resonance. Standard containment procedures that had proven effective with complete world runes were inadequate for dealing with partially unified artifacts, whose behavior followed different mathematical models entirely. Ryze found himself in the position of trying to defuse a cosmic bomb while the timer was already counting down towards zero. The solution required techniques that pushed his abilities beyond anything he had previously attempted, combining dimensional manipulation with quantum magical theory to create what amounted to a temporal isolation field around the entire mining complex. By shifting the fragments into a pocket dimension where time flowed at a drastically reduced rate, Ryze was able to slow the resonance process enough to allow for careful extraction of individual pieces without triggering a cascade. The procedure took subjective weeks to complete, though only hours passed in baseline reality, and required maintaining dimensional stability across multiple reality layers, while simultaneously calculating the precise harmonic frequencies needed to prevent reunification. When the operation was finally complete and the fragments were safely contained in separate dimensional vaults, Ryze realized that the entire crisis had been invisible to everyone except himself. The miners and researchers involved had noticed only a brief period of unusual magical activity followed by the mysterious disappearance of their crystal samples, which they attributed to experimental error or theft by rival organizations. The surrounding communities had experienced nothing more dramatic than a few days of unusually vivid dreams and slightly unstable weather patterns. Yet, without his intervention, the resonance cascade would have transformed the entire region into a zone of chaotic cosmic energy that would have been uninhabitable for millennia. The Kalamanda incident was remarkable not for its uniqueness, but for how perfectly it illustrated the type of threat that Ryze faced on a regular basis. The most dangerous situations were often those that appeared most innocent from conventional perspectives, where routine activities by well-intentioned individuals created conditions that could lead to cosmic disasters. His enhanced awareness allowed him to detect these developing crises in their early stages, but the solutions often required such precise timing and execution that even minor delays could prove catastrophic. Another near disaster occurred in the floating city of Urtistan, where ambitious engineers had developed a new form of magical levitation that they believed would revolutionize transportation and architecture throughout the civilized world. Their breakthrough had come through careful study of natural phenomena in regions where gravitational fields behaved unusually, leading to the development of techniques that could create stable anti-gravity effects using relatively modest amounts of magical energy. The initial demonstrations had been spectacularly successful, with test platforms maintaining perfect stability while supporting loads that would have been impossible to lift through conventional means. What the engineers had failed to recognize was that their anti-gravity system worked by creating localized distortions in space-time that were geometrically identical to the field effects produced by a specific type of world rune. Their magical apparatus was essentially creating artificial cosmic signatures that could resonate with any actual world runes in the surrounding area, potentially triggering activation of artifacts that had remained dormant for centuries. The mathematical relationship between their levitation fields and cosmic resonance patterns was subtle enough that it would have been invisible to anyone who lacked detailed knowledge of both gravitational magic and world rune theory. Ryze became aware of the situation when his dimensional monitoring detected unusual space-time distortions emanating from a region where no world rune activity should have been possible. Investigation revealed that the engineers' experiments were creating resonance effects with a dormant cosmic artifact buried deep beneath the city's foundations, an ancient rune that had been placed there deliberately by the original builders as part of the magical infrastructure that kept the city aloft. The continued operation of the new anti-gravity system would eventually provide enough energy to fully activate this foundational rune, with consequences that would have been immediately lethal to everyone within several hundred miles. Preventing this disaster required Ryze to infiltrate the engineering project and subtly modify their magical calculations in ways that would eliminate the dangerous resonance effects without completely destroying their breakthrough. This delicate manipulation had to be accomplished without revealing his presence or the true nature of the threat they faced, as any attempt to explain the situation would have inevitably led to demands for more information about world runes that could not be safely shared. The solution involved introducing minor harmonic distortions into their levitation fields that would prevent cosmic resonance while being small enough to be attributed to normal experimental variation. The modification process required Ryze to work within the engineering facility for weeks, posing as a consultant brought in to optimize the magical efficiency of their systems. He had to carefully balance the need to prevent catastrophe against the importance of allowing human innovation to continue, ensuring that his changes would improve rather than hinder their legitimate research, while eliminating only the specific effects that posed cosmic-level dangers. The final result was a levitation system that was actually more stable and efficient than the original design, though the engineers never realized how close their initial approach had come to destroying everything they sought to protect. Perhaps the most terrifying near-disaster occurred when Ryze encountered a situation where multiple world runes had begun resonating with each other across vast distances, creating a feedback loop that threatened to destabilize the fundamental structure of reality across an entire continent. The crisis began when archaeological expeditions working in different kingdoms simultaneously uncovered cosmic artifacts that had been deliberately placed by ancient civilizations to create a continental-scale magical network. The original builders had intended this network to provide beneficial effects like enhanced agricultural productivity and improved magical communications, but the system had been designed during an era when the total number of active world runes was much higher than in the current age. With most of the network's original components now missing or contained, the sudden activation of even a few nodes created massive imbalances that threatened to tear apart the careful magical equilibrium that had developed over millennia. The resonance effects were growing exponentially stronger with each passing day, and mathematical projections suggested that the system would reach critical instability within a matter of weeks. Once that threshold was crossed, the resulting magical cascade would propagate across the entire continental landmass, transforming hundreds of millions of square miles into a zone where physical laws behaved according to cosmic rather than terrestrial principles. Stopping this continental-scale disaster required Ryze to coordinate simultaneous interventions at multiple sites separated by thousands of miles, while maintaining precise temporal synchronization to ensure that the resonance effects were disrupted without creating worse instabilities elsewhere in the network. The operation required him to create temporary dimensional gateways that allowed him to exist in multiple locations simultaneously, splitting his consciousness across several reality layers while maintaining the complex calculations needed to predict and counteract the evolving resonance patterns. The intervention had to be completed within a narrow time window when the network's oscillations reached a specific harmonic frequency that would allow controlled shutdown without triggering catastrophic feedback. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting for the next harmonic convergence, which mathematical analysis indicated would occur only after the system had already passed the point of no return. The margin for error was so small that Ryze had to maintain perfect coordination across multiple dimensional instances of himself, while simultaneously managing magical forces that operated on scales normally associated with stellar phenomena. When the crisis was finally resolved, and the network safely deactivated, Ryze found himself confronting the sobering realization that this type of ancient magical infrastructure probably existed in many other regions across Runeterra, dormant systems that could be accidentally activated by routine archaeological or magical research. The incident had revealed gaps in his knowledge about cosmic-scale magical engineering that could prove catastrophic if other such networks were discovered and activated without proper understanding of their true nature and potential consequences. Each of these near disasters served to reinforce the lesson that Ryze could never afford to relax his vigilance or assume that any situation involving unusual magical phenomena was too minor to warrant investigation. The most innocuous discoveries could conceal cosmic-level threats, while the most well-intentioned research could inadvertently trigger catastrophes that would dwarf anything that deliberate misuse of world runes had ever produced. His mission required not just the location and containment of obvious cosmic artifacts, but constant monitoring of the entire magical environment of Runeterra for signs of developing instabilities that could threaten the foundations of reality itself. The psychological impact of these constant near disasters was perhaps as significant as their immediate effects. Each successful intervention reminded Ryze of how fragile the stability of existence truly was, how many ways the world could end without anyone except himself ever realizing the danger. The knowledge that countless potential catastrophes were prevented only through his continued vigilance created a sense of responsibility so overwhelming that it sometimes threatened to paralyze him with the magnitude of what failure would mean. Yet this same knowledge also provided the motivation necessary to continue his mission despite the personal costs, as the alternative to eternal vigilance was not rest, but the annihilation of everything he had ever sought to protect. As we witness these moments when cosmic forces nearly escaped all control, when reality itself balanced on the edge of transformation that would have rendered all human concerns meaningless, we might reflect on the nature of vigilance itself. In a universe where the greatest threats are often invisible until the moment they become unstoppable, what price is too high to pay for the security of sleeping peacefully, unaware of the guardian who watches over dangers we cannot imagine? Chapter 11. The Weight of Eternity. In the quiet moments between crises, when the immediate dangers had been contained and the cosmic forces temporarily stabilized, Ryze found himself confronting an enemy more insidious than any world rune corruption or dimensional instability, the crushing psychological burden of infinite responsibility carried across an existence that showed no promise of natural conclusion. Tonight, let us explore the hidden cost of cosmic guardianship, the slow erosion of purpose and meaning that comes when duty becomes not just a calling but the totality of existence, when the very qualities that make someone capable of eternal vigilance also ensure that they can never find peace in their success. The transformation that had granted Ryze the abilities necessary for his mission had also fundamentally altered his relationship with time itself. Where once he had measured his life in terms of academic years, research projects, and the comfortable rhythm of scholarly seasons, he now existed in a temporal framework that spanned centuries and millennia. His enhanced consciousness could process events occurring across vast timescales with the same clarity that his former human awareness had brought to daily routines. But this expanded perspective came with the terrible understanding that his mission had no foreseeable endpoint, no moment when he could declare victory and return to a normal existence. The mathematical models that governed world rune behavior suggested that cosmic artifacts would continue to manifest across Runeterra for as long as magic itself existed in the world. New runes could emerge from dimensional rifts, ancient artifacts could be unearthed from forgotten ruins, and the fundamental instabilities that had created the original cosmic crisis could generate fresh catastrophes at any time. Even if Ryze succeeded in locating and containing every world rune currently present on the planet, his vigilance would still be required to monitor for new manifestations and prevent the rediscovery of artifacts he had already secured. The burden he had accepted was not a temporary emergency response, but a permanent alteration of the cosmic order that required eternal maintenance. This temporal perspective had profound effects on Ryze's ability to find meaning in his accomplishments. Each successful containment of a world rune, each prevented disaster, each life saved through his intervention was simultaneously a genuine triumph and an infinitesimally small contribution to an endless task that could never be truly completed. The psychological framework that allowed normal humans to feel satisfaction in their achievements depended upon the existence of clear endpoints and measurable progress toward defined goals, concepts that had no meaning in the context of eternal vigilance against forces that would persist as long as reality itself endured. The isolation that Ryze's transformation had imposed became more psychologically devastating as the decades accumulated into centuries. His enhanced lifespan meant that he watched countless generations of humans live and die while he remained fundamentally unchanged, experiencing the cycles of birth, growth, achievement, and death as an observer rather than a participant. Relationships that had once provided emotional sustenance became exercises in watching friends age and fade while he endured, carrying memories that grew increasingly painful as they became the only remaining evidence of people and experiences that had shaped his understanding of what made existence meaningful. The few individuals who shared his enhanced longevity were typically those who had been touched by cosmic forces in ways that made them unsuitable as companions rather than allies. His interactions with beings like Soraka, Zillion, and other long-lived entities provided intellectual stimulation and occasional emotional connection. But these relationships were fundamentally different from the simple human friendships he had known during his academic years. The cosmic responsibilities that bound them together also created barriers to the kind of unconditional acceptance and mutual vulnerability that characterized normal human bonds, as each party was constantly evaluating the others for signs of corruption or instability that might pose threats to their respective missions. Perhaps most troubling was Ryze's growing awareness that his enhanced consciousness was gradually losing the capacity for many of the emotional experiences that had once provided life with color and meaning. The cosmic perspective that allowed him to function effectively as a guardian of reality also made it increasingly difficult to find significance in the small pleasures and simple satisfactions that gave purpose to normal human existence. A beautiful sunset was reducible to atmospheric physics, ICS, and light wavelength analysis. A child's laughter became an acoustic phenomenon that triggered neurochemical responses according to predictable evolutionary patterns. Love itself could be understood as a biological imperative designed to promote reproductive success and social cooperation. This emotional flattening was not the result of deliberate choice or philosophical conviction, but rather an inevitable consequence of consciousness that had been expanded beyond the limits that normal neural architecture could sustain. Ryze retained intellectual understanding of why these experiences had once moved him, and he could observe that they continued to provide meaning for others. but the direct emotional impact that had once made them personally significant was fading like colors draining from a painting exposed to harsh light. He was becoming a being capable of protecting humanity's capacity for joy and wonder, while being increasingly unable to experience these states himself. The burden of cosmic knowledge created its own form of isolation that extended beyond simple loneliness into realms of existential despair that normal consciousness was fortunately incapable of comprehending. Ryze's awareness of the true nature of reality included understanding of cosmic cycles that operated on scales so vast that the entire history of human civilization represented little more than a brief fluctuation in forces that had been operating since the universe began. The civilizations he protected would eventually fall regardless of his efforts. The planets they inhabited would eventually be consumed by dying stars, and the very fabric of space-time would ultimately succumb to entropy in ways that made all current concerns seem trivial by comparison. Yet this cosmic perspective was balanced by an equally profound understanding of the significance that individual moments could possess within their proper temporal framework. The fact that a child's smile would eventually be forgotten by the universe did not diminish its importance to the people who witnessed it during the brief span when it existed. The temporary nature of human happiness did not make it less valuable than eternal cosmic forces, merely different in scale and duration. Ryze's challenge was maintaining appreciation for these human-scale significances, while simultaneously operating according to cosmic-scale responsibilities, a psychological balancing act that required constant conscious effort to sustain. The practical aspects of eternal vigilance created their own psychological stresses that compounded the philosophical challenges of cosmic awareness. Ryze's mission required him to maintain peak alertness and decision-making capability across time spans that far exceeded the natural limits of any conscious mind. The techniques he had developed for mental discipline and cognitive maintenance were sophisticated beyond anything that normal human psychology had ever achieved, but they were also exhausting in ways that conventional rest and relaxation could not address. The very consciousness that made his mission possible was slowly wearing itself down through the constant strain of processing cosmic-level responsibilities. The absence of genuine peers who could share the burden of cosmic guardianship meant that Ryze had no external validation for his choices or methods, no colleagues who could provide the kind of professional consultation that had been an essential part of his academic career. Every decision about world rune containment, every judgment about when intervention was necessary, every choice about how much knowledge to share with others had to be made in isolation, without the benefit of alternative perspectives that might reveal flaws in his reasoning or suggest better approaches to complex problems. The weight of being the sole judge of matters that could affect the fate of entire civilizations was a responsibility that no individual consciousness was designed to bear indefinitely. The gradual accumulation of memories across centuries of existence created another form of psychological burden that normal human minds were fortunately spared from experiencing. Ryze's enhanced memory retention meant that he could recall events from decades or centuries past with the same clarity that others brought to experiences from the previous day. While this capability was essential for recognizing patterns and learning from historical precedents, it also meant that traumatic experiences never faded in the merciful way that time normally softened painful memories. Every disaster he had failed to prevent completely, every individual he had been unable to save, every moment when his intervention had come, just moments too late, remained vivid and immediate in his consciousness, creating an ever-growing catalog of regrets that could never be forgotten or forgiven. The question of whether his mission was ultimately beneficial or harmful had become increasingly complex as Ryze accumulated experience with the long-term consequences of cosmic intervention. While his efforts had undoubtedly prevented numerous catastrophes and saved countless lives, they had also created dependencies and distortions in the natural development of magical knowledge that might prove problematic in the long term. By removing world runes from circulation and containing cosmic knowledge within his own consciousness, he was potentially preventing humanity from developing the wisdom and abilities that might eventually allow them to handle such forces safely without requiring external guardianship. This concern was particularly troubling because it suggested that his success in preventing immediate disasters might be ensuring that future generations would remain vulnerable to cosmic threats that they would never have the opportunity to learn to address independently. The protective isolation he provided might be preserving humanity in a state of perpetual magical adolescence, preventing the species from developing the mature understanding of cosmic forces that would eventually be necessary for true independence. Yet the alternative to continued guardianship appeared to be accepting casualties on scales that would dwarf anything that had occurred during the original Rune Wars, a price that seemed ethically unacceptable regardless of its potential long-term benefits. The psychological effects of dimensional awareness added another layer of complexity to Ryze's existential burden. His ability to perceive multiple versions of reality simultaneously meant that he was constantly aware of alternative outcomes for every situation he encountered, including versions where his interventions had been unnecessary or counterproductive. This multidimensional perspective provided valuable strategic advantages for his mission, but it also made it difficult to feel satisfaction or regret about any particular course of action, as he could always observe parallel realities where different choices had led to better or worse results. As Ryze contemplated these psychological challenges during a rare moment of quiet reflection in a dimensional space where time flowed too slowly for urgent crises to develop, he found himself confronting the fundamental question of whether eternal existence dedicated to cosmic guardianship represented a form of transcendence or merely a more sophisticated type of imprisonment. The abilities and responsibilities that defined his current existence had been imposed upon him by circumstances rather than chosen through free will, yet they had become so fundamental to his identity that he could no longer imagine existing without them. He had become the mission he served, losing the capacity to distinguish between duty and desire, between cosmic necessity and personal choice. The ultimate irony of his situation was that success in his mission would not bring relief or satisfaction, but rather the continuation of the same psychological burdens for all eternity. There would never be a moment when he could declare his work complete and return to normal existence, never a time when the vigilance could be relaxed or the responsibilities shared with others. The very qualities that made him capable of eternal guardianship also ensured that he would never be free from its demands, creating a form of cosmic imprisonment that was more absolute than any physical constraint could ever be. As we witnessed this guardian's struggle with the psychological costs of infinite responsibility, this consciousness expanded beyond human limits, yet still haunted by human needs for meaning and connection. We might wonder about the nature of sacrifice itself. When duty becomes indistinguishable from existence and purpose transforms into prison, have we found the highest form of service or merely discovered the most elegant form of self-destruction? Chapter 12. The Continuing Journey. As our tale of the last Rune Mage draws toward its contemplative close, we find Ryze neither at the end of his quest nor at the beginning, but rather in that eternal middle ground that has become his permanent dwelling place, a state of perpetual motion through landscapes, both physical and metaphysical, where completion is not a destination but an illusion that normal minds create to make existence bearable. Tonight, in these final moments of reflection, let us witness the Guardian as he exists now, transformed beyond recognition, yet still fundamentally driven by the same compassion that first led a young scholar to question the wisdom of hoarding cosmic power, walking paths that stretch into infinity, while carrying the weight of choices made in love for a world that can never fully comprehend the depth of his sacrifice. In the present moment, as the cycles of day and night continue their ancient rhythm across Runeterra, and new generations are born into a world that remains stable largely through forces they will never see or understand, Ryze maintains his vigil with the patient persistence that has become as natural to him as breathing once was to his mortal form. His current location shifts constantly as dimensional travel allows him to monitor multiple regions simultaneously, but his consciousness remains anchored by the weight of world runes secured in pocket dimensions that exist outside normal space-time, cosmic artifacts that pulse with contained potential energy, like heartbeats counting down towards some unknowable future. The passage of centuries has refined his techniques for detecting and containing cosmic threats until they operate with a precision that approaches artistic perfection. Where once he relied upon careful research and laborious calculation to identify world rune signatures, he now possesses an intuitive awareness of cosmic disturbances that allows him to sense developing crises from across continents. His dimensional perception has become so sophisticated that he can monitor the magical equilibrium of entire regions while simultaneously conducting detailed investigations of specific anomalies, processing information on scales that would overwhelm even the most advanced collective consciousness that normal civilization might theoretically develop. Yet, for all the power and knowledge that centuries of cosmic guardianship have granted him, Ryze has discovered that the fundamental nature of his mission has not changed since those early days when he first accepted responsibility for preventing world rune catastrophes. The scope has expanded and the techniques have evolved, but the core challenge remains the same: the careful balance between intervention and restraint, between protecting humanity from forces beyond their comprehension and allowing them the freedom to grow and develop according to their own nature. Each generation brings new individuals who rediscover the same ambitions and curiosities that have always driven mortals to seek power beyond their ability to control, ensuring that his vigilance will never become obsolete or unnecessary. The modern world presents unique challenges that require constant adaptation of his methods and approaches. Where once world rune threats emerge primarily from archaeological discoveries or deliberate seeking by ambitious rulers, the increasing sophistication of magical research and the growing interconnectedness of global civilization have created new possibilities for cosmic disasters that his earlier experience had not anticipated. Academic institutions now possess theoretical frameworks sophisticated enough to accidentally recreate world rune effects through purely artificial means, while international communication networks could potentially allow coordination between widely separated research projects in ways that might trigger cascading resonance effects across multiple continents. Ryze has learned to monitor not just physical locations where cosmic artifacts might be hidden, but also the development of magical theory and the progress of academic research in institutions across the known world. His enhanced consciousness maintains awareness of thousands of ongoing studies and experiments, analyzing their potential for accidentally creating conditions that could lead to cosmic-level disasters. This monitoring requires a delicate balance between gathering necessary intelligence and respecting the intellectual freedom that has always been essential to human progress, a balance that becomes more complex as his own emotional detachment makes it increasingly difficult to appreciate why such freedoms matter to those he protects. The question of succession has become increasingly urgent as Ryze recognizes that his own psychological stability may not endure indefinitely across the vast timescales that his mission requires. While his enhanced physiology appears capable of sustaining his existence for millennia or potentially eons, the gradual erosion of his emotional connections and human-scale motivations suggests that he may eventually reach a point where continued guardianship becomes counterproductive or actively harmful. The cosmic forces that granted him the abilities necessary for his mission are the same forces that slowly transform their wielders into entities whose priorities and decision-making processes become increasingly alien to the beings they ostensibly serve. Yet the development of potential successors presents challenges that may be fundamentally insoluble. The transformation required to handle world rune energy safely appears to inevitably produce the same isolation and emotional detachment that characterize Ryze's current existence, suggesting that any individual capable of continuing his mission would also be doomed to experience the same psychological deterioration that threatens his own long-term effectiveness. The alternative of training groups or institutions to collectively handle cosmic responsibilities has been rendered impractical by the corrupting influence that world rune exposure exerts on normal human consciousness, making collaborative approaches too dangerous to seriously consider. The dimensional vaults where Ryze has secured the world runes he has collected represent perhaps his greatest achievement and his most troubling concern. These pocket dimensions are marvels of magical engineering that successfully isolate cosmic artifacts from the normal flow of reality, preventing their chaotic energies from affecting the world while maintaining the physical integrity of the runes themselves. The construction techniques he developed for these storage systems represent advances in dimensional theory that exceed anything previously achieved by mortal consciousness, creating spaces that are simultaneously completely secure and potentially accessible to any future guardian who might inherit his responsibilities. Yet the very existence of these dimensional vaults creates new forms of risk that did not exist when world runes were simply lost or forgotten in conventional hiding places. Concentrated cosmic energy contained within the pocket dimensions creates cumulative effects that gradually influence the structure of reality around their anchor points, potentially creating conditions where normal magical research could accidentally breach the dimensional barriers and release multiple world runes simultaneously. The mathematical models that describe these interactions suggest that the probability of catastrophic vault failure increases exponentially over time, making the current storage solution increasingly dangerous as the centuries accumulate. Ryze's current research focuses on developing more sophisticated containment methods that could provide long-term security for cosmic artifacts without creating the dimensional instabilities that characterize his existing vaults. This work requires him to push the boundaries of theoretical magic into realms that may not be safely explorable by any individual consciousness, no matter how enhanced or protected. The irony that his efforts to create better security for world runes might themselves pose cosmic-level risks is not lost on him, though the alternatives appear to be either accepting exponentially increasing danger from his current storage methods, or returning the artifacts to conventional reality, where they would pose immediate threats to anyone who discovered them. The network of contacts and information sources that Ryze has developed across the centuries provides him with unprecedented awareness of magical developments throughout the known world. Yet this same network creates dependencies and vulnerabilities that complicate his mission in unexpected ways. Scholars and researchers who provide him with intelligence about potential cosmic threats often develop personal attachments to their mysterious patron that could compromise their judgment in critical situations. Rulers and organizations that have benefited from his interventions may attempt to secure his services for purposes that extend beyond cosmic security into realms of conventional politics and warfare, where his involvement would be inappropriate and potentially destructive. Managing these relationships requires Ryze to maintain multiple identities and personas that allow him to interact with different communities without revealing the full scope of his mission or capabilities. This constant deception is psychologically exhausting and emotionally corrosive, adding another layer of isolation to an existence that is already defined by separation from normal human experience. Yet the alternative of working in complete secrecy would deprive him of the early warning systems that are essential for detecting developing cosmic threats before they reach the point where intervention becomes exponentially more difficult and dangerous. The philosophical questions that have haunted Ryze since the beginning of his transformation have not been resolved by centuries of experience, but rather have evolved into more sophisticated forms that reflect his deeper understanding of the cosmic forces he opposes. The fundamental tension between protection and freedom, between preventing immediate disasters and allowing long-term growth, between individual wisdom and collective judgment, continues to shape every decision he makes and every action he takes. His enhanced perspective has provided him with more information and greater capability for analysis, but has not simplified the ethical calculations that determine how he should respond to specific situations. Perhaps most troubling is his growing recognition that the world runes themselves may represent something more complex than simple cosmic accidents or dangerous artifacts left behind by ancient civilizations. His extensive study of their behavior and properties has revealed patterns that suggest they might be components of some larger system whose true purpose and ultimate effects extend far beyond anything he has previously considered. The possibility that his mission to contain and isolate these artifacts might be interfering with cosmic processes that are essential for the long-term development of reality itself, is a concern that keeps him awake during the few moments when he allows himself to approach something resembling rest. The loneliness that has become Ryze's constant companion is not the simple isolation of physical separation, but rather the existential solitude of consciousness that has expanded beyond the capacity for genuine connection with any other being. Even his interactions with entities like Soraka and Zillion, who share some aspects of his cosmic awareness, are fundamentally limited by the unique nature of his specific transformation and mission. No one else can fully understand the weight of responsibility he carries, or the psychological costs of the choices he has made, making every relationship a form of performance where he must consciously present a version of himself that others can relate to while concealing the aspects of his existence that would be incomprehensible or terrifying to normal consciousness. Yet, within this isolation, Ryze has discovered forms of meaning and purpose that transcend the human-scale satisfactions he once knew. The mathematical beauty of cosmic forces operating in perfect harmony, the elegant complexity of dimensional interactions that maintain reality's stability, the profound significance of individual moments when the universe's potential for consciousness and joy is successfully protected against forces that would reduce everything to chaos. These experiences provide a form of fulfillment that is different from human happiness, but no less real or valuable for being alien to normal understanding. The continuing journey that stretches ahead of Ryze contains no promise of conventional reward or recognition, no guarantee that his sacrifices will be remembered or appreciated by the civilizations he protects. The path he walks extends into a future that may outlast the current forms of human society, the present configuration of political boundaries, perhaps even the continued habitability of Runeterra itself. His mission is not bound to any particular set of institutions or communities, but rather to the abstract principles of consciousness, beauty, and possibility that could theoretically survive and flourish in contexts he cannot currently imagine. As we reach the end of our contemplation of the last Rune Mage and his eternal quest, we find him not at a conclusion, but at a continuation, forever moving through landscapes where every horizon reveals new challenges and new responsibilities. The young scholar, who once dreamed of collaborative research and shared discoveries, has become something far stranger and more necessary, a guardian whose very existence serves as a bridge between human vulnerability and cosmic indifference, ensuring that consciousness can continue to evolve and flourish in a universe that contains forces capable of reducing everything to mathematical abstractions. In the silence that follows action, in the spaces between heartbeats where destiny pivots on choices that few will ever know were made, Ryze continues his watch over forces that sleep fitfully in dimensions beyond ordinary reach. His story has no ending because the responsibilities that define it admit no completion, only the eternal vigilance that protects a world's dreams from nightmares too vast to comprehend. As distant stars wheel through their ancient courses and new generations discover the wonder of existence for the first time, the last Rune Mage walks paths that lead everywhere and nowhere, carrying burdens that transform those who bear them into something beyond human yet still, in the deepest sense, motivated by love for everything that humanity has the potential to become. In this eternal moment between action and reflection, between the weight of cosmic responsibility and the memory of simpler times, perhaps we might ask ourselves, what does it mean to truly serve others when that service demands becoming something that can no longer be served in return? And how do we measure the worth of sacrifices that by their very nature can never be fully understood or appreciated by those they protect?